I couldn't believe he did it. And it's sprinkled throughout the show. There is so much love and care put into Star Trek Picard if you are a fan of Star Trek. And also, it's just a rousing, fun space adventure that has villains, and there's conspiracies, and there's all different kinds of aliens, and there's even it's very subtle, but there's a great fuck you to modern Star Trek in it. Star Trek Picard returns Star Trek to where it should be, about human beings and their alien friends striving to be the best they can be, and in the face of great adversity, and stepping up. And it's not about, if it's what you feel, it's okay. No. What you feel is going to get you killed. You know what's not going to get you killed? Really knowing how to do your job, and working with other people that are really smart and know how to do their jobs. We have to put our emotions aside and get the job done. And that's what Star Trek to me was about. It was about being the best person, human being you can be, and finding the best people around you, the best of the best, to go out. And that's what you need to be on the final frontier. Otherwise, you will get killed. You will never survive. And Star Trek Picard is all about these people that are the best of the best coming back together and doing what they do best. And it was refreshing.
Engage.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the final live watch of the series finale of Star Trek Picard. I never thought I'd ever be saying this, because I never thought I'd ever be watching Star Trek Picard ever again after watching season 1. Didn't watch season 2, just watched a few clips of all the Q scenes and kind of got an idea of what was going on. But that season was reportedly worse, so I didn't really bother watching it. This season, well, y'all know, Mr. Burnett was the one that really championed this series, and I've listened to Rob for a long time. I really love his streams where he talks about Star Trek. He knows what he knows the franchise really well. He knows way more than I do. He's been a fan much longer than I have, longer than I've been alive. So hearing him champion this after being very critical of the rest of what is, come to be known as New Trek, the Star Trek made after, starting with 2009 J.J. Abrams film all the way up to now, everything that's been made by J.J. Abrams and Alex Kurtzman. So, well, here, I mean, it hasn't been the same. I gave Discovery a chance. I gave the first season of Picard a chance. And heck, I even gave Strange New Worlds a chance last year. So, which I just watched the finale of Strange New Worlds, the What If episode. What if they made the Balance of Terror episode instead of what they made in the 60s? And I'll tell you, the one that they made in the 60s was the correct way to go about things, whereas if they would have made it today, it would have caused the Romulan War that they never wanted. So, spoiler alert. But yeah, we're going into this episode with quite a bit of, there's a lot of expectation. I'm honestly excited for this finale. I've heard from people, I've been talking to people on Twitter all day today, and people that I currently trust that have been just as critical or even more critical of this season have said that this episode, this finale, is actually worth it. It's one of the better. It's probably the best episode of all of New Trek, and definitely the best episode by far of the series. So we will see where that goes. So before I bring in Prophet, I want to say hello to the people in the chat. I want to say hello to the Fuppets. What's up, Fuppets? And we got Mr. Richards, not the Mr. Richards, also known as Alex. What's up, Alex? We got Zombie Box Reviews. What's up? Thanks for coming by. And then we got Nas right here. So there we go. My friend in real life, Mr. Anderson. Thanks for coming by. I know you're not a Star Trek fan. Joseph Dredd. Yep. Yeah, I didn't want to show that. I'm not going to show that anymore. And of course, Mr. Salty. Always appreciate you. And I think that's it. I think that's pretty much it. I think that's everybody. And I got Daniel. All right, so let's bring in the one, the only. You all know him. I'm shilling for him right now. You can't see it, but it's right here. Mr. Steve. What's up, man?
Yo. What's up? How you doing?
Good. How you doing? I know you're really tired. I know you just I know I kind of bullied you into watching this entire series with me every week. So I really appreciate you taking the time and being honest with how you feel. Now, you're not a Star Trek fan. You have never watched New Trek before. And I think your takes have been pretty on the spot. And I'm not saying I fully agree with everything that you've said, but I do for the most part do agree that there's a lot of problems with this series.
Yeah, I don't, I don't know. I'm looking at sort of as a narrative, I'm not falling for a lot of the nostalgia stuff because it's not there for me to fall for because I'm not nostalgic for it like a lot of people are. So
yeah, you don't have the nostalgia taste. You don't remember all the callbacks. Like really, I've had to explain all the callbacks to you.
Yeah, I don't have a soul apparently either, so that doesn't help. But it's okay. I have a muffin from Costco, so I'm okay.
Are you extending your power? You're going from the Donut King. Now you're going to be the Muffin King.
Sure,
just gotta make sure. You gotta make sure you have to keep the tops on. Because homeless, even the homeless in this country will not eat.
You gotta eat the top first. You gotta eat the top first, right? Top of the muffin.
I've never heard of such complaints. The homeless don't like them. The homeless don't have to eat them.
Yeah. Top of the muffin. Top of the muffin. It's funny how there's
top of the muffin to you. Why do you have to say it? Why are you saying it like that?
Wait, isn't there a Friends episode about the top of the muffin too? Not just Seinfeld. I thought there was.
I don't know. I don't remember. But we're not here to talk about Seinfeld. Well, even though Seinfeld did a great episode where they talked about Wrath of Khan and the search for Spock and all that. But I had my little nappy because I had work today, but. We'll see. My intention with most of these is usually to try and be quiet until you start pausing, and then all bets are off. Yeah, it's gonna be the same as this as what we do before. So, just want to make one thing clear: if you like the series, or if you like the series, I am okay with it. I'd love to have a conversation with you. We don't have to agree on stuff. I know there's a lot of people that love the series. I know I'm definitely in the deep minority here, but I'm happy. The thing is, I'm happy that you guys like it, and I want to like this too. And I'm actually excited going into this series finale. There might be things. I mean, like the last episode, I didn't really care for it, but I loved the last 4 minutes where they go on the Enterprise D. I must have rewatched that at least 20 times. The only thing that spoils that, and that's a nitpick on me, is that they got the positions wrong. Data was never the con. Data was the operations manager. He always sat on the right side. They switched it up from the original series. So in the original series, Sulu sits on the right if you're looking directly at the captain's chair. So it was actually the con was on the left, and the helmsman was on the left, and the operations guy was on the right. So him telling Mr. Data to go to war was like, should have said that to Geordi. Because Geordi was the original con officer in season 1. So, yeah, once again, nitpick. I'm a bad person for that, but so all right. So we're going to be doing this. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to go into this. I'm going to enjoy this the best as I can. If there's issues, I'm going to pause, or if there's things I don't understand, I'm going to pause and I'm going to talk about it. So I know what I like. I don't think watching it, either whether I'm watching with Steve or if I'm watching it by myself, I don't think would make a very big difference. But since I'm, also presenting this, I also want to, be as entertaining as I can too. I'm not just going to sit back mindlessly and just, enjoy it for the sake of enjoying it.
Eat a muffin.
You have to, but I mean, this has to be earned. And the last 4 minutes of the last episode kind of have me pumped now, so I'm going to be watching this. And so if you're in, we're going to be watching this in the movie theater. The link is in the link is pinned. If you want to come and watch it with us,
Before we start, I just want to ask, how do you think they're going to overcome the incredible numbers they have to come to start the episode? That's just my curiosity.
I think they're going to be flying through. They're going to be flying through the fleet. They're going to be shooting, and somehow what we saw in the trailer for this episode, we see the Titan. It wasn't the D. It wasn't the Enterprise D. It was the Titan.
The power of love.
Basically freeing itself. Maybe I'm assuming Raffi and 7th9 retake the ship, and they try to flee the formation, and they're being fired upon while the Enterprise D is engaging the Borg. And so
just because
Jean-Luc is going to go on the ship, he's probably going to confront Borg Queen again, and probably Jack. And I don't think everybody's going to make it. I could be wrong, but there's a possibility that we might lose. We might lose. I have a feeling we might lose Jean-Luc. I don't know. I haven't watched it yet. Do not spoil this. Don't leave any. Do not spoil this in the chat. That's the one thing I ask, please. And
how many times are you going to lose them?
Well, I don't know.
All right. Sorry. I'll be quiet.
Sorry. So, all right. But yeah, so I'm going to share my screen and we should get going. So yeah. So share the screen and just let me know if you can hear it.
Hold on a sec. Just moving my stuff around. All right. Hold on. All right. I'm ready. Whenever you are.
All right. You ready? Okay.
I think.
More you know.
Oh, yep. The more you.
The music is different. The music is different here.
Yeah, because the Borg will eat your brains.
And it's the Enterprise D this time, and then you see that. You see the. You're seeing green and that. You're seeing green and the little laser. Previously on Star Trek Picard, we are the Borg. So yeah, so Picard Locutus passed on Borg DNA to his Locutus DNA to Jack, and then the shapeshifters stole his body to infect the all the transporters on all the on the entire fleet to basically jizz Locutus' DNA onto everybody, whoever.
There's that dead woman. The dead woman who had the worst idea ever to link the ships together. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're talking about Commander Shelby.
Yeah, the dead woman.
Yeah, that's right. Unless she comes back somehow, which I doubt.
How is she going to come back? Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Come on. I mean, not a chance.
Captain, well, if they make that Star Trek Legacy series,
dude,
not going to see Captain. Not going to see Captain Shaw.
I really wish that Shaw asked her to kiss him. Kiss me. Oh my God! Look at all those Star Destroyers.
All right, here it goes. Here
so
we begin. So it begins. Enterprise D went.
Did you see all those Star Destroyers? Oh my God!
Yeah. Oh wait, I have to pause this. Wait, look at this. That's the Enterprise D. That's the Enterprise. That's the TNG opening.
Wait,
that's the season 3 TNG opening right here. Anton.
Chekhov is the president.
Not only is that, yeah, that's what's funny. It's Anton Chekhov. So apparently, I'm guessing this is Chekhov's This is probably Chekhov's grandson or great grandson. They obviously, when you think Anton Chekhov, you either think the author, the famous author, with the gun, Chekhov's gun, or Chekhov is the name of obviously Chekhov from the original series, Pavel Chekhov. And then you have Anton Yelchin, who played the Chekhov in the J.J. Abrams films, who may his memory be eternal for because he passed.
Is it Vice President and cabinet member Elizabeth Sulu and Gretchen Kirk? Oh, sorry. I'll be quiet.
We'll see, but this is the opening. This is the opening to TNG right here. I can't help but pause it. So let's watch the opening to TNG. Look at this. Do not approach Earth from Star Trek 4. Enterprise D. He's basically warning everyone not to come to Earth. Presidential address. Do not come to Earth. Our young have been taken over by the Borg. We're almost out of time. I think they got Walter Koenig for this. I have to say. That is him. That is Walter Koenig.
Oh, fuck off. Jesus Christ.
His father. Okay, maybe he's the son of Pavel Chekhov. Uh-oh. I'm guessing he's gone. Uh-oh. They are the cavalry. Cavalry, sorry. The Borg vessels on Jupiter.
I thought they were already engaged. Whatever.
I guess changing course.
Yeah, whatever. Don't care.
Enterprise D. There's the red eye of Jupiter. I'm assuming that's where the Borg cube is because, the red door, the red upside down. Oh, again, some tension right here. Yep, it's right. It's right in the red eye. A transwarp conduit inside the gases of Jupiter. It's a very strong transwarp conduit. A lot of gravity. They're trying to find Jack. He's the one giving the instructions. He is the command signal. Yep, that's what I thought. They got to sever the connection, no matter the cost. What does that mean? What began 35 years ago ends tonight. Where have I heard that before? Wow, look at this. Look at the sheer size difference of that Borg cube. It's like Borg pinhead. Wow. Opening. Last time.
I guess the Borg are so overconfident they don't defend their big giant doomsday thing in Jupiter's Eye, huh?
Well, one Borg cube can take out a fleet, so
Well, I'm just saying
one measly starship is not is they'll be like, you're not a threat.
they're not.
Oh, look at this battle! Look at all the lasers! Look at pew pew! Wow, that is a lot. That is a lot. I'm assuming we're going to the Titan. We're zooming in. Yep, there it is. We're zooming in on the Titan, the big fleet. A nice little shot right there. So Esmar is in command. She's the other bald alien ensign, and she's like, eliminate all unassimilated. So apparently 7 of 9 and Raffi are not alone. There's other people. So good. This makes a little bit more sense now. There's other crewmen who are not under 25. It wasn't just them. That looks like they're trying to take back the bridge. I think Esmar got away. They beamed her to another ship. There's a massive firefight. Or no, they're shooting them. I guess they're shooting transporter guns or something. So when they hit them, they transport, and they simply transported them to the transporter room. Still assimilated, and they're walking back. Oh, the transporter room is locked.
Oh man, like so.
I guess they can do that now. Hey, they wanted to do it without harming them, I guess.
How are they on the bridge? We didn't lock down the elevator again. Why? No, he doesn't. He's a fucking cook.
So the Titan is still under the control.
How? Somehow. There we go. Back to the somehows. Somehow we got to the bridge, though, so...
So we're back at the D, and they're at the Borg cube. They're talking about how is this connected? How is this connected to the fleet?
Thank God
Beacon?
There's nothing protecting this beacon.
Data hates them. Okay. Yeah, Jack is totally consumed. He was plugged in by the Borg Queen herself. Jack is in there, and he's still Jack.
You don't even know who Jack is, dude.
I like how Patrick Stewart smirks when he's like, figuring something out. An invitation.
I thought the Borg were not supposed to be stupid, but why? Who cares? Who cares about Jack?
So they're looking for his brainwaves. That's how they're locating him in that massive Borg cube right now.
Hey, you remember there's a tower that controls all the Star Destroyers? Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, that's right. Data Data volunteers to go since he has, first contact experience with the Borg. And they say no. Riker and Worf are going to go.
So they're committing suicide right now. Since, at this point, the three of them are the only threat between the Borg and completely attaining their goal of taking over the universe. People are dying. Get a move on. Just shut up, man.
Picard is saying it's been an honor serving with you all. So Picard's going with Riker and Worf, those three, and so the other four are going. The other four are staying behind, and I'm wondering if there's going to be. I wonder if this is going to actually lead to something, or if that's just a red herring to.
They just let them go aboard.
So now they're on board the Borg cube. A lot of green, more lens flares from their flashlights.
Man, like do the Borg care more about being mustache twirling villains than actually winning?
So my question is, are there any Borg drones? Or is this Borg cube empty?
There's a whole
except for
bunch
the
of
Queen.
them.
Oh, yeah, that's a Borg drone, isn't it? Is
Like
it
four of
active?
them.
It's dead. Looks like it's been consumed by something. Yeah, what is up with the Borg? They all dead? This place is a tomb. I've heard that before. So is this like the last of the Borg now? The Borg all gone?
They just died. Is that what we're supposed to believe?
Unimatrix. I remember Unimatrix from Voyager. So Jack is not too far from the Unimatrix array. Oh, that's right. From Two Towers. Yeah, thanks, Salty. I just read that. I read that. I think it was a Fellowship too. All right, let me go back a little bit on that. I kind of missed that conversation. So Picard's saying he's got to part ways with Riker and Worf to be a father. Says thank you to Riker. He basically says, "Thank you for everything." Is this really gonna be a goodbye? Worf says farewell. And they leave. So Picard's going further in alone. Beverly's not going to be able to exactly pinpoint their son. He's telling her she did everything right. Let me go back. Really, let me think of this right here. So she's trying to say, I think what she's trying to say is she's sorry for what she did. All right. So Picard basically just said that you shielded him from danger and that she did everything right. As much as I want to, be in the moment and feel this, I disagree with that. You do not rob a parent. I'm not a parent myself, but you never rob a parent of being a parent. That's one of the worst things you can do. And that's part of the reason why I don't like the character. And I feel they made a big mistake doing this, honestly. And I mean, I would never, I don't know. I'm not the thing is, I can only imagine that pain. I'm not a father myself. I'm not a parent. Steve, you're a parent.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to say than what you just did. I don't know, man. I'm being quiet, trying to let you watch as coherently, just straight through as you can, so you can get the
It's one of my
the full grasp of the episode. But a lot of this stuff feels very unearned to me. But whatever. I'm gonna keep quiet right now. There's nothing that's like. I don't know.
By the way,
they're having all these touching moments, and eye on the ball, people. Earth is dead, right?
Have some drink.
My biggest problem so far is I don't believe anything that just happened on the Titan. Don't believe it. I don't believe all the Borg are dead. There's a whole universe out there for them to assimilate. Unprotected stuff out there to assimilate and recharge the collective. I don't believe that Borg cube that was sitting in Jupiter's red eye is not only undefended completely, but was never detected by Earth sensors at all. I guess we don't search our own galaxy for invaders. And I don't believe for a second that if Space Dock is still holding all those ships, the payload on those ships is horrible.
It's surprising. You'd think, Space Dock, I mean, how often does Space Dock rarely gets attacked, so you would think that they wouldn't have the defensive capabilities like
that. Yeah, I thought Space Dock's defensive capabilities were the ships around Space Dock.
Yeah,
and
that's what I thought too.
And the fact that nobody would attack Space Dock because that's where the whole of the might of the Federation would be. Right?
Yeah.
So this whole thing that Space Dock has stronger shields and there's I don't know, is there a planetary defense system that is generated from where I don't see any satellites, I don't see I don't know. It's just send half the fleet to invade Earth. I don't understand what the problem is.
Yeah. So
is there a planetary wide bug zapper that keeps them from going in? I don't.
Honestly, I don't know. They have not. They've not. They've never dealt with something like this before.
That was the question I first asked you before we even went live. Is there are transporters on space dock, correct?
Yeah.
So why aren't people assimilated on space dock?
I'm guessing. I don't know. Either maybe people are, and we just haven't seen it, or
I mean, they're holding up pretty good for all their 25 and younger being assimilated on space dock as well. So
I don't know. I can't really explain that. So
maybe they just didn't use them. I don't know, but
we'll see.
And then all the maybe there's something still imprinted on you. Maybe, you know, like how is a whole Borg fucking space station undefended?
Like I said,
like the Borg Queen could control the laser beams on a freaking Borg thing, can't she? Like,
yeah.
So
They can control shields, the weapons.
They just let it come up there and park. Just parked right in front. They're touching tips right now.
I'm assuming that maybe I'm playing devil's advocate.
Yeah,
I'm gonna assume that the red eye is shielding, or maybe it's the Borg, transwarp conduit, which is what's in the red eye. Maybe that is somehow being that's shielding sensors and just, but manages to completely camouflage itself in the red eye, being undetected.
Don't we have amateur astrologists using telescopes to look in far into space as Jupiter's red eye now?
I think so.
So you're telling me some
astrology guy,
some amateur astrologist hasn't picked up this big green pointy thing sticking out of Mars?
I guess not. I guess not.
I guess don't think about it, right? Okay.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Just enjoy the series and be ready and then look forward to enjoying the next series. So if you don't do it, then you're a bad person. So, but let's in all seriousness, let's get back to this. So
yeah, of course.
Picard said to Beverly, "You did everything right." And this is basically, I'm assuming they're trying to say to us, he might not be coming back. Beverly's holding back tears. So Picard's proceeding down a dark green corridor, and he's starting to lose contact with Beverly. There's a lot of tubes and cables and lots of green all over the place. Very Borg. So he's not Jack. He is Vox. Vox is his Borg name. And we're getting a shot from the feet all the way up, and it looks like he's been totally assimilated. He's wearing the Borg armor. He's basically Locutus, without just not bald. Got the thing on his side. Got the laser. And he's given commands, and he's not seeing Picard. He's like, Jack, I'm here to help you. And then we get the evil laugh from the evil Borg Queen. There she is. Will we see her face, or will we just see the back of her head? Oh no, we're seeing it. We're seeing it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. She looks like she's seen better days. An older Borg Queen. Well, because the actress is older too. At last, Locutus has returned to his true family.
Oh dear God. Fuck.
To his collective and to me. So will this be the final Borg Queen fight? Because they've dispatched her at least 4 or 5 times. Back on the Titan. Meanwhile, All right, they picked up the D. All right, they picked up the Enterprise. 7's like, oh, it's Picard. They're engaging the Borg. I've heard that before. So they gotta. So now they're like, okay, we gotta go help them, and this is where they're gonna. I think they're gonna try and break the formation. They're gonna be fired upon like crazy.
What
You're gonna
line
get
of
that
sight obligation? Shut the fuck up. What the fuck? Like, what a shit fucking like. Oh my god, bro. There's 4 of them. This one's even worse. This is a high-tech shit. Oh, Jesus Christ, bro. Can I not get the fucking 7 of 9 bullshit speech?
All right, so
Fucking Christ.
why? Because
Sorry,
there's
I'll be
4.
quiet.
Why? Because there's
I'm
only
sorry.
4. Why? Because there's only 4 people on the bridge.
One of which is a fucking cook.
Yeah, you are now officers. We have to retake the ship.
It's like no. How about the Borg that know that you're in command of the goddamn? They can just go shut down your fucking warp core.
Yeah, because they're
They
under
own the
complete.
ship. Oh wait, I forgot. They're locked because the Borg don't know how to use fucking locks on doors.
Yeah.
This is so dumb. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet. I'm being quiet. Sorry.
Bad influence.
Do better. Do better. That's all. Do better. Like this is do better. You have to.
And we're about a third of the way done.
You have to completely ignore any logic to for this to happen.
Yeah.
Are we gonna get any throwaway line why all the Borg are necrotic and dying?
Oh, I'm sure we will.
Is there an in-universe reason why the Borg Queen is in that state and that ship is just full of dead Borg?
Nothing that's been established because they haven't seen the Borg in a decade, according to the series. So we don't know.
Why does she care about Locutus anymore?
I guess she talked that way in First Contact. Apparently, she was on
for Locutus,
even though she didn't exist in the Next Generation. So she made her debut in First Contact, but we found out in that movie that she was actually somehow on board the Borg cube during Best of Both Worlds.
I mean,
not joking. That's kind of how it was. So
you just have to ignore so much to let any of this work. And people are doing the work for the writers, I guess. But
that's one thing. That's one thing I've noticed about a lot of fans. Fans really want to like this, and I don't fully blame them. I mean,
I don't blame them.
Like I said,
it's do better. There's some ideas in there that could work. Just do better.
I mean, the series has really touched upon the feelings. I mean, it's hit me too, especially at the end of the last episode, more so than I could admit. So that's why I had made the intro the way I did today.
The Borg's goal is to assimilate the universe, correct?
Yeah, to achieve perfection, as Seven Knight put it in Voyager.
Okay.
In order to do that, they just have to keep assimilating and keep learning until.
So can I also ask another question? Didn't they already show that when a ship gets taken under command of the unassimilated, they have no qualms just blowing it up?
Yeah, they destroyed the Excelsior when the Excelsior retook the bridge.
Right. So all
four ships went around it, including the USS Hikaru Sulam.
So as soon as they took over the bridge here and they captured them inside of space dock, shouldn't they have just communicated to the rest of the Borg vessels that the Titan is lost and that they should blow it up?
if I remember correctly, they were. I don't know if I don't know if they were. I think they were trying in the last episode. They were trying to communicate with the other ships to see if anyone else managed to retake it. So the Borg knew, or the fleet knew, that the Excelsior was being retaken, and that's why they were able to, well,
Right, but my point
pinpoint
is
and destroy them.
the Borg are connected mind to mind, are they not?
Yeah.
So the whole collective should know that the Titan has been taken back over and they should blow it up.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
You're not wrong there. You're not wrong there.
Just
It's the
making
Borg.
sure.
Hive mind, a single hive mind.
Yeah, they're all
Unless
connected, right?
unless the rules for this version of assimilation is different. I don't even know. Like one thing that was brought up. One thing that was brought up is that they can.
Right?
Yeah, the one thing that's brought up that is very important is that the Borg can adapt. Once you use a certain phaser frequency enough, they can adapt. They can make a shield, and then they're like, it gets to a point where they've used every frequency to the point where they couldn't fight the Borg after a while in First Contact. So I mean, that's why the Borg are considered like the deadliest, the most existential threats. So
I mean, look, so okay, so I'm gonna play the guy here, okay? Just I know we want to move on here, but all right. So we have there, no matter we take assimilation out of the whole thing just because they'd be even doubly dead right now if they could just block the phasers, right? But let's just play this out with me, okay? As smart species would do, okay? So they are all connected, right? The collective is all connected, correct?
correct.
Being communicated by Jack right now,
Correct.
right? Okay. So they should all know that the Titan has been taken over and the Titan should be exploded right now.
Yep, they should see through the eyes of Lieutenant or Ensign Esmar and whoever else was on the bridge.
Okay, right.
LaForge.
So now the Borg cube, which is on Jupiter, right?
Right.
Has ferreted out the last hope for the universe, which is the Enterprise D. So shouldn't the Borg Queen have recalled a bunch of the ships, even if she didn't have any guarded, and said, "Hey, come on back to Jupiter. We got Locutus back on the Borg cube. Blow up the Enterprise D right now."
That would be characteristic of the Borg Queen.
I'm just saying.
You're not wrong. I mean, that is something that could happen. I mean, I'm just assuming once again.
Even if they're saying that they're letting all this happen because she wants the Locutus back, right? Okay,
Yeah.
well, she's done it. She's got him back. They're not even. I mean, how long does it take to get warp whatever to Jupiter? How long does that take? A few minutes?
Yeah, probably about 15, 20 minutes.
So as soon as the Enterprise shows up right there, even if you don't have vessels defending, which I find highly unlikely, but you have 800, vessels, just recall them. Just
they could easily recall. They could recall a formation, then they go to Jupiter, and then
not even all of them, just 6.
Yeah, just a single. There was all those different formations and everything.
Yeah,
just recall one of them.
Just take 10. Yeah, 10.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't take many. I mean, there is now only 4 people on the bridge of the Enterprise.
You mean? Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, because
including a doctor.
Mm-hmm. Well, she has command certification. I can say that. She has command certification.
All right. Well, she'll be the captain. That's cool. I look, man. These are things that
She did destroy a Borg ship in Descent Part 2. Just saying. Beverly Crusher did.
This is just the stuff. It's like you clearly do not I don't know. You've neutered the Borg and they've only been in the show for a half an episode. Like the
I mean,
Borg,
they've neutered this. They neutered the shapeshifters. Like it's. I mean, I don't expect anything otherwise.
They neutered the shapeshifters. They neutered the Borg. They've neutered Starfleet. Starfleet can't blow up one building. Like every ship in the Armada can't blow up one building.
Well, I guess space dock is just that powerful. It's just that strong. I guess they have a really powerful shield generator.
And then just the Borg Queen is busy mustache twirling to not defend herself from this obvious long brooding plan that she's come up with to take over. It doesn't seem real important to like actually accomplish it since she's not defending herself in any fashion.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's keep going. I want to keep going now. So
yep.
we're about a third of the way through. So I'm just going to go back a little bit. So they're picking up the Enterprise D. I'm just going to go back to the Titan. So yeah, they're picking up the Enterprise D. And there's just, 7, Raffi, the cook guy, and then who's piloting. The cook guy's, I don't even remember. It's in the operations chair or the tactical chair. The Enterprise D cannot be controlled, and yeah. Yeah, there's 5 people, I guess.
So fucking stupid.
If they can't see us, they can't control us.
Rise of Skywalker bullshit. You know that, right?
Wait, if they can't see us, they can't control us. The line of sight. I'm trying to understand this.
What are we fucking playing World of Warcraft? Don't shoot me with the fucking ice bolt. Like I'm around the corner. Like it's just a video game. They can't see me. I'm not in line of sight, so you can't hurt me. Like,
oh boy,
why would anybody sign off on this shit program if this is how it works? Like, didn't it not work with line of sight just like in earlier episodes? Like, I thought they were tracking them with fleet formation.
I guess they needed a solution. This is what they came up with. Oh. They can't see us. They can't control us.
Is this when they blow up because the Borg go, oh, we've lost the Titan, blow up. Oh, shut the fuck up.
She's giving a pep talk. Telling the 3 other crewmen to...
My children have been fucking assimilated. Oh, shit.
So 7 of 9 is basically, and we are all that is left of Starfleet.
Like, look at all that fucking... Like, do you see all the shit that's been pummeling that thing?
Yeah.
Give me a break, bro.
That must be a really strong space dock. Like, honestly.
Torpedoes are made
like,
of
heck.
darts.
So they're okay. So they're using the cloaking device. They're using the cloaking device to their advantage here.
There's still Borg on the ship. Oh fuck!
She's like, you. So the Borg Queen just said, "I am his mother." And he's like, "You are not his mother." And he tries to shoot her, and she's got the shield. So the Borg Queen and Jack are both lonely, and that's how they connect. Like, she is a living skeleton, the Borg Queen here. She makes me think of the woman in... She makes me think of the woman in room 237 in The Shining a little bit. All right, so now we're back. We're back with Riker and Worf, and they're in a Borg-looking corridor, hearing the scanner sounds from Wrath of Khan. Very creepy. Looks like they got to the beacon's coordinates. Uh-oh, a Borg drone opened his eyes. The Queen wants Picard to witness the future's end. Hey, there was an episode called Future's End. Oh my god, here comes the Titan. The Titan is going.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Like, I'm sorry. Fuck off. They're dead. Right now. Like, but even if they got this far, the moment they just did this, they're dead. Oh, great. We shot 5 of them. Do you see all those ships?
There's a lot of ships. This is.
Don't they have tractor beams?
They do. They have tractor
we
beams.
forgot about those. They don't have portal weapons.
Let's keep going. Wow, look at all those ships. And then you see the got the space dock in the background there. Now they got to recloak. I don't know why they even uncloaked in the first place.
Piloting that can pilot. It's a cook.
Uh-oh.
Shoot them.
Okay, here we go. So they struck. Okay, this is maybe we'll get some payoff here. Maybe a little explanation of how they are how they're connected to the shapeshifters. This is what I've been waiting for. It's like, you struck a deal. How did you struck a deal with Vanek to be your weapons across the galaxy? All right, wait, I didn't even pay attention to that. Let me see.
It seemed like you were working together.
They shared the anger of a generation lost to Starfleet. They weaponized the biology, reran our machine code into genetic code. They don't need to devour raw materials anymore. They can propagate forever out into the stars. Born with a single purpose. Not to assimilate, but to annihilate. Oh, to annihilate. So this, I'm assuming, taking this as the Borg on their last leg, and
This is so dumb.
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I know the Borg are the bad guys, but the Borg always wanted to achieve perfection. That was always the thing. So I just want to say before going on, Magic Maddox became a sponsor. Well, thank you for renewing it, and same for Pips. Thank you guys. The whole annihilate thing, I guess they really wanted to drive towards a finale here. So yeah. So I mean, a lot of people are liking this, so I'm still giving this the benefit of the doubt. So those young drones, Esmar and all of them, just opened the door finally.
Well, I guess so again, those are the only 6 Borg on the ship now.
I guess. So Riker and Worf are engaging the Borg. Worf is using his weapon.
Why can't he shoot?
Oh no! Don't die, Worf. All right, now the Borg ship is firing.
It's open. Fuck off.
So now the Borg ship is firing on the Enterprise. We're getting a nice little shot of them doing a run. Geordi's in command.
Who's gonna shoot him? Anybody repairing anything in engineering? Oh wait, there's nobody there.
Oh, he's got a gun.
Where did the fucking two Borg that were shooting them go? So they could have that little conversation.
So now the Titan just did its little run and they went into warp.
Man.
Or they went into a cloak, sorry. Okay, they dispatched those two Borg. Well, so we're getting a nice little attack run right here. The Borg. Oh my gosh! Now we're getting a. I'm not sure what. So what's going on? They're looking at
Oh, shut the
Beverly.
fuck up, bro.
They turned around. Wait! I missed that. I missed that. Wait a minute.
Is this supposed to be some fucking bullshit comedy? Like, what is this?
A lot's happened in the last 20 years. So they're all looking at Beverly because she's a tactical. Worf said swords are fun instead of using a gun the whole time.
So they just stopped shooting now. She took out all their guns. This is such bullshit, bro. Oh, another beacon. Of course, with my daughters, because she's so awesome.
So they're going to pilot this into the... So Data's piloting now, so I guess... Data's telling everybody to trust him. He's like, I can do this. Here it goes. Hang on. Okay, this is another. So Data's piloting it, violating the D into the Borg cube like it's Return of the Jedi. Wow.
What is this, the fucking Death Star?
Data's piloting the Enterprise D into the Borg cube. Data is smiling, and wow, the space dock is still holding. Damn, it's gone. They got it. It's blowing up. Planetary shields are down. Oh shit, as Data would say. The Enterprise is a starship, not a starfighter. The fleet is targeting every major city, every population center on the planet. Aren't they going to try to assimilate more? Uh-oh. Cloak is gone. our young drones took our young drones destroyed the cloaking device.
Blow up the fucking Titan just like you did the other one. Like, you proved that this is what you would do. Like,
so Picard's trying to sever the link, Jack's link, and the Queen's saying, if you do that, you're going to kill him. Picard's going to do it anyways. It's either that or let Earth die. Yeah, they're firing. Holy crap! The Titan's getting pummeled. Oh shit! They've taken direct hits.
you're dead in the water.
Yep, they're dead in the water. Titan has been neutralized. We are the Borg. We already won, Locutus. Eliminate all the unassimilated. Target lock. They didn't say Chicago. Have you seen the shapeshifter? I haven't seen the shapeshifter. They just mentioned the shapeshifters and that's it.
Dude, this is so bullshit, dude. Like, come on. What is
So they're going to destroy the big green rotating orb in the center of the Borg cube. If they destroy the beacon, that big orb, they're going to destroy
Fuck Earth.
They're going to destroy the cube itself. It's either they destroy it, kill themselves, or they wait and let everybody on Earth die.
The fact that they're even this close is ridiculous.
They contact Riker. The Fortune contacts Riker, and they're like, we're not going to leave him. So now they have a minute.
How? Do you have a ship?
So they lost their signal. Now they've crossed into the dead zone. So this is Picard is not running now, and he's continuing to disconnect Jack. And the Borg Queen is like, stop. Picard connects himself instead. Hey, first contact. I am Locutus, a Borg. First contact footage. So now he's in the hive mind talking to Jack. Jack is crying. And you can say you can feel him. That's my thumbnail right here. They're in this green realm. A realm with no suffering, no loneliness, and no fear, as Jack says, as Jack puts it. It's perfect. Perfection is an evolution. This is death, as Picard puts it.
Oh, there went Berlin. Oh, bye-bye. Bye, Rome. Bye, half of Earth. Oh, Earth is dead.
I'm guessing time is different inside this realm.
Of course it is, right? Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like they're mysteriously going to find a ship to pilot off the fucking cube.
I'm sure they'll find one.
Of course. Of course they will.
They're going to use Jack's. They're going to use Jack. Jack had his shuttle, remember?
Yeah, it's parked right nearby.
Jack is like, this is my destiny. This is where I'm supposed to be. He says this is where he belongs. And Picard,
Shoot him in the head.
Jory is saying, target the beacon. Beverly, fire the torpedoes. Deanna's crying. Her shedding tears. Yep, they're shooting the beacon, that rotating orb. And now they're trying to get out. Borg Queen's like, no. It's a fine day to die, says Worf. So Data's trying to get a lock on their signal.
A wall flying out of the impossible thing to fly through.
Picard basically says, if you won't leave, then I'll stay till the end. Jack is shedding some more tears. Picard is like, you have forever changed my life. Some human contact. And gives him a hug. Oh. Thank you, Salty. So now they're cutting to Jack's memories of his parents, or meeting his father, talking to Picard in the bar, all those episodes. And Jack has broken free with the power of love. You're right. Borg Queen is you. And so, yeah, Jack is unplugging himself. Picard's unplugging himself. Or actually, he unplugs Picard. This mystery box is like when I ordered Jack in the Box. Riker says, I love you, and Zadi will be waiting. Me and our boy. Troy knows where they are, so she steps into Geordi's seat and is going to go.
Kill me.
Jack says the time of the Borg is over. The Borg Queen says, "You're broken and alone anyways, bitch." Okay, she didn't say bitch. Nathan's like, "I know where Luke is." The Enterprise D just is right above them. Picard and Jack. Wow, get this nice, interesting shot. They get beamed aboard. They beam Riker and Worf aboard.
So
Yeah.
they just, so like the vacuum of space, oxygen on Jupiter.
Uh-oh.
This is so
The
dumb,
Borg
bro.
Queen is going to die for the 5th time. She gets blown up with the big giant Borg cube. And as the young cadets are re-engaging 7 of 9 on the bridge, big explosion. And then, of course, the Borg cube explodes as the Enterprise D goes towards the screen. Does that not look familiar?
So dumb, bro. This is so fucking.
And they're all back to normal. They're like, why are we here holding guns? Why are we holding phasers? Sydney's like, Commander 7, I'm sorry. Gives her a hug. She's like, it's okay. Oh, poor Esmar. She was in command this whole time. See, I remember her name. So they got out. Nobody died. It's over. Everybody's good. Jack hugs his mother. Oh. Lots of embrace. This is a very embracive moment right now. And since Geordi is sitting in the captain's chair, doesn't have anyone to embrace, just physical contact with Data on the left and Worf on the right. Worf is, I think Worf is injured. Then he get hit by those Borg guns. And oh yeah, the Titan's on the screen. Worf fell asleep. He's snoring. Moment of levity, I guess. And he says to Jack, welcome to the Enterprise. All right, cuts to black. Is that the end? Nope. Back on the D. D and the Titan. Oh boy, they showed them going off into the sunlight, just like in Star Trek 6. Remember that? You know? Just saying. Sorry. So we're here in Riker's captain log, and they're trying to purge young officers of the Borg infection. Oh, remember the shapeshifters? I guess they're still around after all. Remember them? So apparently they've just... so apparently now Beverly is now Admiral Crusher, and they're putting her... The thing, based on everything they learned from the Area 51 Daystrom Station, They are now scanning and trying to root everything. They're trying to root out all the remaining shapeshifters, even though they didn't play any part in this final battle. So, but yeah, that's what we're seeing right here. So let's keep going.
Of course.
So the shapeshifters did not kill their targets.
Why not?
I don't know. Hey, it's Tuvok. You know who we didn't see yet, and I'm still waiting to see if we do see her? They kept saying Admiral Janeway. Admiral Janeway. We're going to see Admiral Janeway. I need to know. Let's see. So Tuvok is telling 7 of 9 that they are being pardoned.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Just shut the fuck up.
So 7 of 9
you
thinks
are.
that she's resigning from Starfleet because of what Tuvok's going to say.
Oh, Shaw has now said that she's the bestest ever, right? Is that what that is? Yeah, right.
So Tuvok hands her a little hologram of Shaw giving officer review. So dipshit from Shaw is basically saying that she's great. The rules she breaks, well, maybe they were broken to begin with. And she's shedding some tears. He recommends she be promoted to captain when they return to port. Of course, he didn't live to see that. So Tuvok says, resignation denied. Yeah, he died. He died, Daniel. He died. Raffi is finally meeting her granddaughter. And Worf interrupts it, of course. Worf has never wept. I guess he hasn't. I don't know. I'd have to... I don't remember. Yeah, she's famous. Raffi is famous now. That's why they're contacting her. She saved the world. Worf is telling her to be happy with her family because he was a terrible father. What can I say? Yeah, Worf is still House of Martok. Remember Martok from Deep Space Nine? Bond, show us Admiral Janeway. We're gonna get Admiral Janeway. Apparently Kate Mulgrew and Jerry Ryan did not get along. Worf and Raffi hug. Oh, Data's getting therapy. Data's seeing Troy now. Therapy. New emotions. Data's talking about his emotions to Troy. Saw Ensign feeding his cat. He's saying to be human is be as difficult as the desire to be human. All I remember is Riker called Data batshit. Oh, we got a time jump 1 year later. And this is 1 year later, and this is a shot of the ship, the Geordi's museum. Now the Enterprise D has taken its rightful place on one of the platforms. Picard says the past matters. So Picard, Riker, and Geordi are standing by the tactical on the D. They're saying the ship has basically changed their lives for the better. So Geordi is initiating shutdown sequence. Of course, Riker says, I miss that voice. The ship is going. The ship is going dark, and Geordi, last thing he says is, the ship has always taken good care of us, just like McCoy says in Encounter at Farpoint. Treat that name like a lady. She'll always bring you home. Admiral Picard, Admiral Crusher, welcome to Space Dock. Whoops, sorry. Jack is in a Starfleet. Jack is in a Starfleet outfit. Is he a cadet now? Can you be a cadet after a year? I don't think so. Of course, they put him on an accelerated track. Jack apparently thinks it's nepotism. Picard's like, nah. So, yeah, so they're in the port. They're in the space dock now, and they see the Titan. It's not quite the Titan. Not anymore. Oh, no. I heard about this. Aversion to fanfare. What is this ship called? I wonder what it's going to be called. In honor of Picard and his crew. What is it called? Oh, it's the Enterprise, the USS Enterprise, NCC 1701 G. And then Jack is like, well, names mean almost everything. So did Jack change his name to Picard, by the way? He says, welcome to the Enterprise, Admiral, and Picard looks like he is going to cry. Set course for the Metalla system, maximum warp. He sits on the bridge, and Seven of Nine's like, get out of the chair. So Raffi's the second in command now. A shakedown cruise only. I wonder if this is a cadet ship like in Wrath of Khan, Enterprise. Jack is special counselor to the captain. Yeah, they went through like, where should I be? Should I be here? Should I be there? Very Star Trek 2, very James Horner music right here. And I like how they just quoted their own franchise. Make it so. Take her out. Engage. Very James Horner. Very Jerry Goldsmith here. It's not over yet. They went to warp, and now it's Picard and Riker and the rest of the crew at that bar. Remember that bar, everybody? Worf drank prune juice. Remember in yesterday's Enterprise? They're talking about going on vacation, a long vacation. One final toast for Data. Data is going to make a toast. He's going to say there was a young lady from Venus. Now they're asking Jean-Luc for Picard to do a toast. There is a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat. And we must take the current where it serves, or lose our ventures. And we're hearing the end, we're hearing the first contact theme. And they're all clinking glasses and drinking. Cheers. Takes out a card, an ace of spades. Remember they played poker, everybody? That's how all good things ended, where Picard finally joined them. They're all playing poker together. So I guess no Janeway. More folds, and let's see. Matt says keep watching. I know. I'm wondering if anyone else is going to join them at the very end, like Whoopi Goldberg or Wesley or... Picard won the hand. What happens after Enterprise Z? Well, Enterprise Alpha. And now we're hearing the theme. We're hearing the theme going. We're hearing the theme. The Alexander Courage Star Trek jingle. Just the way First Contact ended. And now we get the credits. And we're seeing it from the top view of the poker table. And we're hearing the TNG, the motion picture theme. Jerry Goldsmith.
Is it over?
It is. But I'm sure there's more to it.
I hope not.
I'm taking it you didn't like this.
No.
We'll talk about it.
Did you?
We'll talk about it. This is it does hit the feels. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have some more drink. Star Trek Picard. All right, not quite over yet. The Enterprise G. Right by a red dwarf. He's so when Jack's quarters, he's got a. Oh boy! Oh my God! Look who's back! Oh my fucking God! So. Oh my God! They really are trying to undo season 2.
Did they kill him? I thought
they did. At least I thought they did. So we're in. So that's to explain it to the chat. I know people already know. We're in Jack's quarters. Jack puts up a portrait of his parents back in the day, and all of a sudden, Q shows up, and then Jack points a pistol or a phaser at Q. Chip, and he says, first thing he says, a chip off the old block. He knows all about him. He was hoping Next Generation wouldn't feel so linear or think so linearly. He's like, you have much ahead of you. Is humanity's trial over? He's here today because of his son. He says his trial has just begun. I didn't think. See, Picard didn't have a trial. This was, if I've seen Next Generation. I mean, maybe there's something I'm not understanding, but humanity as a whole was on trial for everything they've for everything, all the bad shit they've done. And the whole point of TNG was Picard trying to say, no, and we have changed. We are different. We are better. And that's how the entire series, that's how TNG starts. And that's pretty much where Star Trek has went. It's the very, how they say it, very the hopeful, the enlightened. We are no longer we no longer, you know, give in to our emotions. We no longer give in to our bigotry. We don't give into our bigotry. We don't give into fear. We don't hurt others for being different. You know, we're enlightened. So it's kind of weird. So he has a trial now. I'm gonna have to keep watching. Maybe I'm not. I'm definitely not understanding this. And even in All Good Things, the finale of Next Generation, the trial never ends. As long as humanity exists, the trial never ends.
It's not it's not meant to make sense. It's supposed to be mystery box for fucking whatever show Jack is going to be in.
Well, everybody's calling it Star Trek Legacy. That's what Mr. Metalis has called it. So if they have him do a follow up.
Oh yeah, there will be a follow up.
So yeah, Daniel's right. With the way humanity's been doing shit lately, put them on trial again. Heck yeah. And that's it. I believe that's it. Unless there's something at the very end. Special guest. Yep, I was right. Walter Koenig. That was him. He was the voice of his own son. I don't know what to say. I really don't. I can't say that. I mean, it's just too many. I mean, it's. Do you think maybe it's almost impossible without copying some other movie or series or something?
Has nothing.
They went, especially I'm thinking the Return of the Jedi route, where the Enterprise goes right into the Borg cube.
It has to do with writing a coherent fucking storyline, man.
Yep. All right, that's it.
Like this is all key jangles and look at the shiny characters. Oh, hey, they're all in the room together saying snarky things. Like if you don't require your Star Trek to have any substance, then I guess this is for you. I guess, or your TV show. There's no substance behind this. It's all just freaking feelings in hallways, or trying to play on the emotion of a generation that loved these characters. So they just. It's shit, man. I'm sorry, but I mean, if you like it, great. It can't be for the story because the story is absolute dog shit.
Well, after watching this, I can say, I mean, in a way, it kind of does send it off, but I mean, it's a bigger goodbye. It's definitely a bigger goodbye. It's like
the biggest problem is they're all dead.
They're dead.
They're dead.
Why? Because they went into the
fly up to the
They fly up to the beacon.
Fly into the Borg cube and blow it up. The Borg cube has only 2 Borg alive on it to defend it. Worf gets shot in the shoulder and doesn't hurt me. The planet is dead. They take down. Space Dock has the Uber shields, so I guess they weren't firing the heavy weapons. The Titan, as soon as it freaking broke formation, should have been obliterated. There's a million things why all of them are dead.
Yeah, I didn't take all of it, and I've just been trying to watch and see if I can enjoy it.
If you like that, if it's just about seeing characters say stuff and do stuff that makes no sense, then cool. Like, all the hurdles you have to overcome for any of this to actually happen is ridiculous. Like, the Borg Queen just brings all of the stuff on the Borg cube is absolutely 100% ridiculous. Why is Picard there? So she can gloat? She's one. Why does she need him there?
Yeah, I don't.
They didn't defend themselves at all. Like the Borg cube didn't do anything. Do the changelings and the Borg give off a complementary working together vibe to you?
No,
What's
it
what's
absolutely did not.
what's with
All it did was once they killed Vadic, then they basically they killed Vadic. They took out all those shapeshifters on the Shrike or whatever that ship was called, and then that was it. I mean, they tried to warn Admiral Shelby about the shapeshifters, but we didn't see any shapeshifters during this final thing because now that the Borg are the big bad. The Borg Queen was the skull head thing that was communicating with Vatican. The demon jellyhead. Yes, that was the Borg Queen.
Why
Who
the
else
fuck?
would it be?
Why the fuck is Vadic scared of the Borg cube at all?
I don't know.
The Shrike had more firepower than the Borg cube.
They didn't go into detail. Which is
But
one of the biggest problems with these new Star Trek series is they don't go into detail.
The Shrike is a better vessel than that cube. Like she has changelings to man the Shrike. She's got all these ordnance to blow shit up. She's got a portal weapon that she jettisoned because she was scared of the Borg Queen, I guess. It's like, why is she scared of the Borg? The Borg Queen has nothing on her.
That's what I don't. I don't think they explained that. They didn't explain the connection. All they explained was that
you're just
the
supposed
Borg
to forget
and the
about
shapeshifters suffered. They were oppressed together, this generation, and they wanted vengeance.
They needed mystery box people, so they brought you changelings. That's it. That's all.
So,
it's incredibly bad storytelling. That's all. Like, if you enjoy having the people together, then I guess there's no convincing you of people if all they want to see is, Picard on the Enterprise and them high-fiving and playing poker at the end. If that's all you want to see, then wow. It doesn't take much to impress.
No, it does. I mean, people are like fans. This is Star Trek has been around since 1966, and it's decades old. And there are people out there that have been fans much longer than I've been alive. So there's a lot of even with lower quality content, or I hate to even use the word content, but even with lower quality shows that still call itself, people are going to embrace it because they want to feel like it's back. So, but by the way, I just have to bring in the one and only. So we're going to continue the discussion now. We got Salty here. What's up, Salty? How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
I just have to ask.
They break their own fucking rules, man. Like the own rules they created, they break so that the Titan doesn't fucking get obliterated. Like it's their own rule. Their own rule. Yeah. They just made the rule last episode. They break it so the Titan can survive.
Yeah. You're talking about the line of sight rule or thing that they came up with? Line of sight.
The minute the Titan starts acting erratically, they would have fucking blown it to smithereens because they don't give a fuck. They are all Borg. I know this from watching this. One Borg doesn't take precedence over another Borg. They're all Borg. So guess what? The Titan is acting weird. Now there's a whole bunch of fucking... Apparently there's only 7 Borg on the Titan now. Because they all got locked in the transporter room, right? But even so, they would have telepathically said, oh, hey, the people that are over 25 and willful and assholes, they took over the ship again, blow up the Titan. And they would have blown up the Titan. Just like they did the freaking other ship, whatever it was called, the Escalade or the Excalibur or the, Poopy Doopy Duper. Like, I don't remember what the fuck it was called.
So were they exiled from the Great Link? I have to by the way, we got 2
else. I was like, okay, sorry.
Yeah. Just but But before I even before I go on this, I want to bring in Daniel.
Yes.
I want to bring in Nathan.
Yes.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for coming by.
Hello.
Man, I'm glad I didn't catch most of this shit.
Oh God, I saw this earlier today. We were talking about it, Nathan and I, on we were texting each other and just kind of whatever. I'm gonna say this: if you like this show, if you think this is Star Trek, I'm not going to call you names. I'm not going to tell you what to think. There are people in this sphere who have become the self-appointed judges of what you can and cannot like, and created a hashtag for that. And if you don't like something, whether it be Disney Star Wars, apparently, or The Little Mermaid, maybe, or this show, maybe you're a problem. Which is ironic considering some of these people and some of these channels, their entire shtick was pointing out the obvious in a lot of these fandoms. And it included Star Trek Discovery and Picard. Just going to park that right there. Not interested in going to war with anybody, but sheer fucking hubris right back at all of you guys. Just going to park that right there. Hi, Brian.
Hi. Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, it's just, I mean, Nathan.
Well, I was unfortunately away at a meeting that I couldn't get out of, but I was able to, on the way home, catch some of it on the Discord. Last about 20 minutes, I think, probably, and put that together with the review that Dave Cullen did earlier today. I really only needed to see what Cullen had said, and it was a lot of there was quite a bit of copium. He did put forth some decent criticisms, but for the most part, it was just the typical run-of-the-mill apologists sessions.
So more fawning.
He's right.
Yeah,
because I checked that out right before your show. Yeah.
And when I'm sitting there watching just the review, the parts that he was showing, I was like, wait, Jupiter's Eye, how can anything survive in that? And then you have Leia, whatever Riker's wife's name, whatever her name is,
Deanna.
Because I'm not a Star Trek guy, but
Princess Leia.
She knows where Luke is, and then
like, I don't know, man. Like, Stardog,
okay,
Space Dock has the best shields ever, but they don't have deep sensors into their fucking part of the galaxy to see if there's enemies fucking in Jupiter's fucking eye.
No, Steve. Stop your white hashtag supremacy over there, okay? I want to hear what Daniel thinks about this episode, because we could be making him feel incredibly uncomfortable. He could have loved this. This could have been the best thing ever. Daniel, what do you think about this? And you're mute if you're going to talk.
Yeah, I've been putting a lot of thought into this, and the way I picture this, imagine you met the love of your life and you get married and you have a few kids, and then you come home one day and she's running a train on like 10 guys. And so you get divorced. And then 10 years later, she calls you up and she's like, let's recreate our first date. And then you go on that date and you tell everyone that she's still the woman of your dreams. And it's all good again. And everything's fine. It's all good. I don't care what happened. Everything's back to normal.
Wow. 10-person
That's
train.
how I like this bull crap.
That's it.
Because this show is utter crap. It is complete garbage. I'm sorry. The one thing that jumps out at me, well, so many things jump out at me. I love when Crusher says, I know you want to go down there, Data. We all want to tear them limb from limb, because as a doctor who in one of the episodes cared about terrorists.
Borg in TNG. Everybody wanted to kill that damn thing, but Beverly's like, every life is sacred. Now it's like, let's nuke those mothers,
Corporeal knows the high ground with the terrorists.
The high ground. Yep. The terrorists.
Look, she is a weapons expert. She single-handedly in one pass just disabled every Borg weapon with her phasers on manual because some shit happened in 20 years, y'all. And
Also,
I
they
am
can
now a weapons
power of
grade
the V.
fucking nuke. I don't need
although
shit.
Also, they could have a girl boss moment, so they could all pause, turn around, and look at her, because there's not a battle going on. It's not a battle for the sake of humanity. They all got to stop and look at her and go, "What? What was that, Beverly? You know how to shoot the phasers? Oh my god!
Oh my
yeah,
god! You
I'm woman.
disabled
Hear
the
me
whole
roar."
Borg cube that Armadas haven't been able to do. You did it on your own. Aren't you special? What the fuck, man? Like, what
So
is
They,
this?
they they like Mr. I guess Mr. Metalis loves his levity. He just
Well,
there's a lot of levity.
what
I mean, that's levity's been a thing for Marvel. Joss Whedon.
What was the thing that they said about line of sight? Like they couldn't if you couldn't be seen,
They couldn't
then
control
wouldn't be
you.
able- like so, if you hid behind a rock, like
The mage went.
You hit just under a blanket, hide under a blanket. That's all you got to do, and you're safe.
The mage went so he couldn't shoot the target anymore. So
Where's Nerdporial?
I
Does
got
anybody
away.
see Nerdporial? He totally
Nerdporial's
disappeared from
gone.
the
Why
street.
did he leave?
damn
What happened? I can't talk to him anymore. He's not. Oh, there's
nerd
he's back.
nerd
Nerd
wizard.
Peekaboo!
Nerd
Peekaboo!
wizard.
Like what?
Holy
Just think
shit!
of, just listen to who in their fucking right mind would sign off on this technology, and then again they are breaking their own rules because once again they're tracked earlier in the fucking episode, early in the season. They're tracked because all of the ships are linked. That's how they're tracking them across fucking the galaxy.
Stop! Stop!
Remember that?
So
Critical
a
thinking.
cloaking device
Critical
would not
thing is
impact
racist.
that.
Right, because they're all connected by computer to computer. Cloaking and
Right.
line of sight means dick. They fucking track them across the universe because they are all connected. And I remember the episode where we're sitting there going, "Wow, that sounds like a stupid idea in a fucking universe where the Borg exist. Wouldn't the Borg just connect to every ship and take over?" Oh my god, here we are. But now line of sight's important. Because
Well, what about the undiscovered country when they blew up that Klingon bird of prey? I think no, it was the Klingon. Brian knows it was a Klingon ship because of essentially of its exhaust, because that thing is a tailpipe, like Uhura said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now apparently those rules don't apply because reasons.
Well, I mean, they're connected by computer. They don't need to see it. The computers are connected.
You have to accept that somehow Picard's sperm was full of Borg nanobots to make all of this.
Well, of
work.
course it was.
Okay,
That's a good point.
I mean, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny.
Of
So
course it was.
if you can, I mean, like, and then you got Jack, and I'm just gonna say this. Remember how painful it was to be detransitioned from being a Borg. Remember, those were incredibly intrusive implants. Like when it was when Picard went home, and I think it was family, when he'd been back to the vineyard, he still had scars from where they had to pull things out of his face. On this show, Jack, it's just a sticker. It's like, oh, no big deal. I'm gonna pull this implant off, and it's like it's just super glue.
The Borg
there's
evolution
nothing.
In
There's
their technology. The evolution in the Borg technology has been really amazing in that regard. There, Corey, they've made it a lot more or a lot less invasive now.
Is that right
for them?
Are you being sarcastic?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
well, my favorite part was when
Because I was going to punch you. I was going to drive to Ohio and punch you in the throat, dude. I'm just going to say that.
Didn't the Enterprise punch a hole through the side of the Borg cube to come rescue them? Venting them out into space to a horrible death.
They were looking straight up at it when they were
right. So the Enterprise was outside the Borg cube.
Yeah.
Then they went through the side of
They
the
should all
Borg
be
cube
dead.
to go in to rescue them, where they would be venting space in there, and they are all dead again.
Oh, the Borg can survive in space.
Atmosphere. Yeah,
I'm not talking
Borg
about the
can
Borg.
survive
I'm
in
talking about the
space.
humans.
But I mean, the other thing is
the Borg. The Borg. They can easily.
Wait, what Borg?
I
It's
can
just
see the
her.
Borg.
Like
I can
that's
see the
other thing.
Borg just
One of the-
siphoning off a section, shielding it from the rest. I can actually see it because it's the Borg.
Yeah, that can happen.
True.
They
Borg.
have those pyramidal
There's
things
only
that they
one
have to
Borg.
shoot all over the Borg cube. So, and they couldn't disable, like they tried in Best of Both Worlds to disable the cube from within. They just couldn't do it. There was
They
no way.
should have-
There was no way they could have done it.
They should have said something, a simple little phrase about, oh, they still have, containment, atmospheric containment in that section or something. But this is the same new Trek from 2009 where you could see a planet getting destroyed from another planet's surface.
Yes.
The physics make no sense. So
Well,
it's all just
Well, there were only
visual.
3 Borg left, so it's more like she is Borg because there's no Borg except for
There
the
are-
new people.
Is that explained at all in the story? The fact that she's the last Borg somehow on Jupiter?
Check
No.
out check out the Thad That Shouldn't Be. He and I were chatting during the show on Twitter, and hail to you, Matt. He had some awesome takes, and but what he said also, Jack is always a Borg now, like his father. So any kids he makes will be Borg. It's the same thing with 7 and 9. You know, since 2 lesbians can have children now, I'm assuming she's going to do that with Rafi, and then they'll have a baby, and it'll be a little baby Borglet too, and then we can relive this hellish.
So,
nightmare
what kind of
again.
problems does that create in the Star Trek world now that they're all going to be Borg babies?
Well, it's part of unity. It's part of unity. It's part of,
They'll
what
just
do you
put
think?
them
Star
through a
Trek's always been
transporter.
about unity and working together and just, exploring your horizons, being the best you can be.
They'll just put them through a transporter and that'll fix it.
They'll find a way to
That
take.
was such bullshit. Okay, that was such absolute bullshit.
wave.
Now there were ways to use things with the transporters. I remember there was an episode with Barclay where he was going through and there was like a trans-dimensional creature or the crew that was rescued. Anyway, it's
that was just a way of validating Crusher once again.
And that's it. I mean, Daniel, you're right. And I mean, I don't like what they did to Beverly Crusher. Beverly Crusher could have been a strong, feminine, powerful woman without turning into, I don't know, what did she turn into? Like Storm from the
she's been
X-Men
through
with
some
that
shit in
hair?
20 years.
Yeah,
You know, I mean,
I think the funniest part of the episode for me was when Picard got really angry when the Borg Queen called herself Jack's mother, and he's like, "You're not her mother," and he got really mad. Like, "You're not his mother." He has a mother, and she's wonderful.
So I'm looking at a tweet right here. I'm looking at a tweet right here, and this is pretty funny. So, and he's gonna be I invited him on to Trekker, and so they're talking about the whole Titan becoming the Enterprise G now, and he's like, "What's wrong with the Titan name? Why such reverence towards making sure it's the Enterprise?" And then somebody else, he's retweeting someone else, and you have the picture of the Enterprise. The Enterprise G now, and then you have Charlie Brown and Lucy on the bottom, and Lucy's like saying, "You gotta use Starship, Charlie Brown." I gotta send him I have to send the invite. I gotta hear his take because he is a bigger expert on Star Trek than I am. He is actually currently making his own Voyager audio series, his own Voyager season 8, and I listened to the first episode and it's really good. So
I did have
Go ahead, Daniel.
I did have one genuine moment that I actually truly enjoyed, not ironically, and that's when Jack Crusher walks onto the bridge and gets hugged, and I was thinking, it's not Wesley.
Yeah.
How much?
You're like, where is
Yes.
Wesley during
Yes.
all of this?
And I'm like,
Although it would have been funny if they just told him to shut up.
Yeah. I think we have to be fair, and I need to be fair about this episode. What was good about this episode? It is the best episode of Disney Star Wars I have ever seen. It surpasses anything they've made to date.
Sure.
Sure.
They did blow up that.
It
Death
was
Star.
hard not to have the feels in some of this because, I understand why people may think and hold the positions they do. I don't agree with them. I don't. But it's hard to look at what we had and to realize this is never going to happen again for a whole variety of reasons. Well, where I'm stuck on is I think a lot of effort was put into this. I do. But the execution was not good. And that started with the story. This was maybe, some people have said 3 or 4 episodes of TNG, actual plot, crammed into 10. I would arguably say, and Brian, I think we should sit down, you and I, like we did the other night, talk about Star Trek, and cut this damn thing down to essentially 2 hours. Because I think we could cut this entire thing down to maybe even under 2 hours and cut that damn ending off. And this could be a mediocre Star Trek movie, because that's what this should have been. This should have been like a throwaway movie that was put out, not 10 episodes of television.
I think the Changelings got a raw deal, man. I think the Changelings were better villains than the Borgs in this. The Borg were just her yelling and like
it's
what
a
was
mystery
her
box. It's a box.
I know.
You know what's
But
you know what's in this black bag? Jack shit. That's what it is. That's what we got.
And I could be wrong, but the whole transition to the Borg made the first 8 episodes completely pointless. Am I wrong in this?
How it seems to me. Yeah,
I mean,
That's what I mean.
well, I mean, and then they keep trying to backtrack it, saying they were working together. It's like, well, that sure is not how Vadic was acting. Vadic was not acting like the Borg and the Changelings were trying to make the solids pay. Especially since Vadic definitely did not want to jettison the portal weapon. She didn't want to do it. She's like, go get it or you're gonna die. And they're like, okay. And then she just so yeah, that's the action of somebody that's working together. I don't know.
So-
the biggest problem with this whole episode is I don't believe anybody's alive, including Earth.
So Joseph Dredd brings up, I hate mystery box Star Trek. Something I came to realization rewatching the first episode again. We didn't know in the first episode that those goons, those bird-like goons, were shapeshifters. So they just go in their solid form and they have weapons and they try to shoot Beverly. There's a big problem with that.
Tell me more, Uncle Brian.
Changelings generally don't need energy weapons. If you've watched Deep Space Nine, Odo himself does not need to use weapons. Heck, what's his name? Krajensky from The Adversary from DS9, he didn't use. I don't think he used weapons either. All he had to do was turn his hand into a tentacle, strangle a dude, and kill him. That's all he had to do. I mean, it was cheesy 90s CGI, but you know what? The shapeshifters in DS9 were way more menacing, way more intelligent, and they were able to trick. I mean, somebody brought up they were able in that episode. They were able to trick the blood test. They were able to pin. The Krajensky was able to pin the shapeshifting thing on Bashir. Kind of like, I mean, it's just like the whole blood test scene from The Thing, from Carpenter's Thing. So I mean,
which is the one where isn't there one on the Defiant and it knocks everyone away and jumps into a vent? And that's
Krajensky. That's the Adversary. That's the one. And it took them an entire episode to find him and to neutralize him. And he was that tough. One shapeshifter. Like, he can turn into anything. So with that being said, the beginning of the very first episode, they could have just turned into goop. And they could have just
cool lasers. It wouldn't have cool lasers, dude.
They could have just turned into goop and turned into a horror type of moment where Beverly would have been dead, by the way. 2 shapeshifters, they would have killed her. They would have easily killed her. They would have turned into goop or into anything. They'd just be waiting to ambush. They'd be able to easily ambush her.
Yeah,
Tell me how cooler.
The past 20 years.
Tell me how much cooler it would have been in that first episode. Boom, Crusher's dead. Tell me everybody here wouldn't be like, you did what? And then there's this Jack guy, and then Picard's going through Beverly's stuff or something like that, and then there's this Jack guy who shows up, doesn't even know who the hell Picard, that
Nope.
Picard's his dad, and then it takes 10 effing episodes or 8 effing episodes for us to figure it out. I mean, that's a meaningful death. It's an investment. There are serious stakes when you start doing things like that, because you can show those flashbacks instead of them being in the bar. It could have been Beverly raising young Jack or some bullshit like that. Instead, we get this. And that's why I said, I mean, it's a D+ for execution. I get what they were trying to do. I understand it. I think they hurt themselves by talking so much and being so adversarial to people who pointed out what was wrong. They shouldn't have done that. They should have let the people who love this show stand up for it and tell the rest of us what's so great about it. Yes, I loved seeing the D. Yes, it was great seeing the TNG cast. I loved that show. I have all the DVDs. I used to watch that as a kid. In high school, I'd come home from school to watch season 1. Okay. I watched it every week and then had to wait, like 6 months for the damn show to come out. So I have some cred. That doesn't mean I know everything there is to know, because I don't. But the problem with this all is that it's still the story. And that's the greatest sin I think this commits, is that every time Steve has lost his shit or tried to break his keyboard or something else, or all of us in chat were shitting on this, it's not because we like being unhappy. This is to cover how disappointed we are with the final product of what was given to us. Okay? I mean, Brian, you and I talked for 2 hours the other night about how we could write a better show than this. And the thing is, we could have. Okay, if you just would have let us tweak this just a little bit. Instead, they didn't know what they wanted to be. Sometimes they were New Trek, sometimes they were trying to be TNG, and then sometimes they were trying to be like the movies. And I think we finally ended up with, well, we're just going to be the movies. And I think that's what this finale turned into. But I would love to hear what everybody else thinks about that.
What if the bird people the whole time were Borg? Keeping tabs on the changelings.
No, they were shapeshifters.
I know,
but Steve's making a good point. That would have been better.
What if the bird people? It's like, because you said, who are these bird people? What the hell are they? What if they were just Borg underneath the bird mask the whole time, keeping tabs on the changelings?
Do you know what the bird people really are?
Making them do what they needed them to do, because they weren't really helpful. They didn't really want to do what the Borg wanted them to do, but they were keeping tabs on them as the bird people. And they had Vatic hostage or whatever. I don't know, but that would have been a better payoff for the bird things than them just being changelings.
Do you know why they look like birds?
No, it wasn't them.
Do you know why they actually look like?
I know
bird
it wasn't
people?
them. I'm just saying it would have been better.
Oh yeah, probably. Sorry, Daniel. Go ahead.
They looked like bird people for the same reason a stage musician has a beautiful woman in a bikini on stage. They're a distraction. There's no point to them except to distract you. It's mystery box writing 101.
It's the red dress. It's the red dress woman
it's
in
the
Matrix.
red dress from the same thing. So it's a bird person, and all you're supposed to go is, what is that? What is that?
So what exactly?
It's a writing trick.
I was considering asking this. I've brought it up on several tweets. What exactly is mystery box writing? Is it just simply withholding information and basically an excuse not to world build or to add detail to anything?
It's empty.
What exactly is it?
It's empty world building. It's all tease with no payoff. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Empty world. So like you take the show Lost, which is a garbage show, and you put in something like the smoke monster, right? And so you watch that show and you're like, what is this smoke monster? Oh my gosh. And then you never answer, because you never had an answer. You never had a freaking answer. You just had a cool concept that is visually interesting that people go, why? Why is this happening? It's a question mark. And then you don't have to answer it because you move on to the next thing.
Yes. And that's where
Didn't
Doctor
the
Who
smoke
did the
monster
same
turn out
thing.
to be Locke, though? Spoiler alert, sorry.
It was never anything because they just kept on
it was
changing
nothing.
whatever the hell they wanted.
Or
to.
it turned into Locke or something.
Mystery Box deliberately holds information away from you. Lost is a primary example of this. Now you're seeing the bastard son of Lost in all of these J.J. Abrams acolytes, including Kurtzman. All right. And then you saw it also with the dipshits Payne and McKay, who did Rings of Power. But it's deliberately withholding information from the audience so that you as the audience start to fabricate plot and what it could be in your head because they haven't bothered to write it.
That's
And
the
so
key.
therefore, within whatever episode they make, it's like what people did with WandaVision. It's like, oh, I can't wait for this person or that person, whatever, to show up. And then you're getting excited because you're like, I know what's missing because I'm filling it in with my head canon, and this is gonna be awesome. And then instead, what you get is like a dead cat. Someone scrapes a dead cat off the side of the road and said, look, it was the dead cat all along. And then you're like, dead? What do you mean dead cat? Because all of us in our head, and Hitchcock used to do this with his psychological terror, because the human imagination can make up much more terrifying things than
Absolutely.
showing things on screen. And so
Yes.
this is kind of like a half-assed version of that, where our head canon allows us to fill in the blanks as to what it could be. And you and I have talked about it, Brian and Steve, and I mean we all do it. It's called wish fulfillment. And then we get a very unsatisfying ending or episode, and it ignores that and then throws something else in your face and goes, oh no, don't worry about that, now worry about this mystery box. And it's like, oh my god, where's Admiral Janeway? Oh my god, the changelings. Oh my god, what's going to, who's going to show up next? Oh look, Ensign Rowe. I mean, and that's the hard part, is that this could be done well, but you have to set it up so that it pays off. Mystery box never really pays off. It basically just like trips you down the stairs and says, get up, you bigot.
And
That's what it's felt like this episode.
The key with mystery box is that it's purposefully manipulative. They don't bother having something, and they know that it is something people latch onto. It's not bad. The difference with bad writing and poor writing would be that the writer just didn't have an idea. But with a mystery box writer, they know they are teasing you, and they know that what Salty said is going to happen, that people are going to do the work for them.
It's a bait and switch. It's a bait and switch, and it's lazy, and it's entirely defensible. Essentially what it is it's gaslighting the audience. It's gaslighting your audience, because it's basically like you're going out with this hot chick that you met on the internet, and she's starting to brush your arm and everything because you're taking out to get lobster every week. And you're like, oh man, I'm going to get some tonight. And then you go out to the parking lot, and then she's basically like, this has been fun, but now I'm going to go. And my name isn't actually Beverly. It's actually John, and I have a penis. It's the same thing that they're doing in mystery box stuff. It's all a fake out. It's all a lie. And it's just, it's exhausting, and it hurts, because I'm watching our sphere and our fandom go through this, and we're trading the story which made these characters in TNG and Star Trek what it was. Go back and watch TOS. Go back and watch TNG, Deep Space Nine, Voyager. I'm not even going to say Enterprise, but people like Enterprise. What made you love Star Trek? It was the story. It was the story and the consistent action of the character, and they did it in 4X every episode, whether it was TOS or TNG.
Yeah, the characters were generally likable, and they were very, they were morally, you could look up to you could look up to them morally. That was a very important thing.
That is.
What does Nathan think about this? He's just sitting here looking sexy, and I want to hear what Nathan has to say about this, because I know, stroking.
Well, the mystery box stuff, it's consistently infuriating. I love it when they introduce these mystery boxes by having two people discuss something, and then they cut off the conversation because of reasons in the middle of it, and then person two has to go run away, and it's left off, and there's a mystery all of a sudden, in a completely unnatural break. And most of the mystery boxes that I've kind of noticed are kind of like that. It's just horrible storytelling as a means of just trying to get people to continue on and watch the thing. It's like
hoping
bad
for a
soap
payoff.
opera writing.
Hoping for a payoff, and you never actually get it, or you'll get 10 seconds of it didn't really matter anyway, like the changelings. And like other
and so perpetually you're left unsatisfied, even though but they subvert that unsatisfaction by throwing continual mystery boxes at you, so you're really kind of caught in, well, oddly enough, the changeling's little warp weapon loop that causes you to just continually cycle over and over and over again until you're smart enough to just realize, you know what, I'm done with this shit.
Yeah. Well, they couldn't help themselves either. They couldn't. They ended the show, and then before the show ended, 100%. What do? They throw a mystery box in there. like they couldn't help themselves. It's like show's over. Oh, but wait, mystery box. See you next time. It's like what? It's like I thought the show was over. No, you couldn't end the show without leaving a mystery box behind that's full of shit. Like you just couldn't help yourself. Like it's unreal. It's unreal.
Another big key that jumped out to me about the really poor writing is when you have a villain at the end monologue the plot back to the audience, which is what the Borg Queen did
Every time. That in the previous episode, it was Crusher going, "What if maybe something is in your brain and somehow it's now in the trend some way, somewhere." It's like info dumps all over the place. It's crazy.
Wasn't this The Spy Who Shagged Me? What those series? Didn't Austin Powers completely mock this entire thing as bad writing?
He did.
Oh.
I mean,
he did.
She literally,
because it is.
She recants the entire plot and motivation to Picard. I am actually evil because I will do this and that, and I will get you. And it's like, wow. So you're just dumping everything here because your story told none of this.
Me and the three other Borg are going to kill everything, annihilate us 3 Borg that are left and not dead for some reason. It's like, how about you? What happened? What happened to all your bros? Like, why is your ship like fucked? No, okay, I guess that don't matter.
You know what? This better was the TNG episode with what's her name, Nerdporial, the girl that's pretending to be the devil on that planet.
Oh, devils! Yeah, devils do. Yeah.
Picard tricks her into monologuing so that he could, play around with her so-called abilities. But this one, they're literally doing it, and they're giving you an actual villain monologue.
And then he just unplugs Jack. He literally just unplugs him.
Yeah,
and she's like,
it's like a USB port.
Don't do that.
USB port.
Her defense was like, don't do that. Why would you unplug him? It's like, are you serious, lady? Like,
well, I would have loved for a Windows pop-up. Are you sure you want to do this without hitting the eject button?
Yeah. USB removed incorrectly. The other thing too is, I mean, there was no stakes to what happened to Jack. It was very clearly just a wetsuit with like foam blocks showed on it. I know I said it before, but Borg implants are intrusive. And if you're going to do a callback to the best of both worlds, just taking that goddamn sticker off your face, guess what? That would have been wired up into your brain. Okay, there would have been all of this probably nanotechnology and micro wiring up into your freaking brain. And
remember how that ends?
Remember how lobotomized you?
Yeah, remember how Best Before Worlds ends? He's like Picard's all bandaged up, like he is like.
He's got big holes in his head, and he's missing his arm. They have to regrow his arm, and Jack doesn't lose a limb. He doesn't even lose a finger. And there's no horrifying experience for Jack like what happened with Picard losing himself. He's just like, okay, I'm done with this now. Let's go home, Daddy. Now I can be part of Starfleet.
Picard gets disconnected from the Borg. He practically collapses, and Jack is just fine.
I want to know where Vecna was. Why he didn't show up when Jack went through the red door. I mean,
you think Vecna was behind this the whole time, behind the Borg Queen? There had to be someone behind the Borg Queen, right?
The Mind Flayer and all of them were definitely up in the Upside Down doing their thing. I don't know why they didn't show up. I mean, all the music and stuff was foreshadowing it. I was so disappointed that Vecna.
Yeah, you heard bum 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 bum.
It did it again.
I'm like, and we all noticed this. Like we all noticed that. Like, come on. I mean, play Star Trek music. Just be consistent with the rest of the franchise. It's not that hard. I mean, honestly, like I loved the theme of the last 4 minutes of the last episode when they are in the Enterprise scene, you're hearing that music and how it builds up to an epic boom. I mean, heck, I used that in my intro. That's how much I liked it. Heck, I cried during. I didn't cry initially, but I cried after rewatching that. But the rest of the episode last week was. Eesh. And this week it's just this week is really I took this in for the first time, and I'll be honest, I am underwhelmed by the Borg Queen and by how, like you said, how they managed to just unplug him, because that's very compelling.
It's like he just like she invites him onto the ship, and then she monologues, and then he goes, "Well, fuck this. I'm just gonna unplug him." And it's like, really? That's it? Like, that's it? You're just. And
She's
she, and her
like,
big
the
defense
thing was
is,
she's like, you're gonna kill him. Like
"No."
that, like she's trying to say, hey, you're gonna kill him if you do. Well,
It's like, well, it's that or everybody on the in the galaxy. So I guess I'm making a choice. It's just like,
yeah, there you go.
what? It's like
Not much of not much of a conflict of the human heart.
It's like,
Who has time for that? Who has time for that? That's complicated.
She doesn't restrain him. She doesn't do anything. She's just chilling on that board cube by herself, and then it's
She don't need no man. She don't need no man.
I mean, I laughed when she's just like, no,
That was funny.
that." It's like,
did
what?
Did anyone else see, I would say, Aliens 3 level of effects with some of the Geiger aliens thing going on with the Borg Queen? Because to me, it was like, all right, what are we doing here? Why are we taking the Giger or Geiger-ite style and putting it over the Borg Queen? I mean, I know the kids love the aliens. The kids love the aliens. I love
kids. Do they even know what aliens is? I mean, that
was a euphemism, not literal.
Hey,
dude.
when did Worf steal the technology to modulate and block phaser beams with his chest?
I know.
That was pretty good.
Oh, he didn't.
That's part of his meditative stance.
What's that?
It's part of his meditative trance. He can block energy.
He can
beams.
he's like there is no phaser gun. It didn't hit me in the chest at all. It didn't. Oh, it didn't hit me in the chest again at all either. I didn't get hit 3 times in the chest at all. I didn't.
Brian,
like
do you remember the
there
episode?
taking a knife. Oh, sorry.
Okay, that's fair. That's more than fair. That's really, really fair. It's like the Bob Marley moment with Egwene. Don't look it up.
Bob Marley moment with Egwene?
Yeah, never mind. Do you remember, Brian, in TNG when Picard is on the table and he's having his heart repaired or replaced, and they do a flashback of his life, and Q jumps in and shows him what his life would have been? He would have ended up a lowly lieutenant, I think, in
blue shirt Picard, blue shirt Picard, which is pretty much what people think is this Picard.
Well,
that's the universe where this Picard is in.
What if we cut out from where Q shows Picard what his life would be, and we just do a micro cut of this Picard season 3, and then end it with the same ending from TNG? Because I think you could take a lot of what happened in this season and put it in there as a cautionary tale where Picard was like, I don't want to be that man. I'm not that man.
They did.
Because that's what I kept feeling for this.
They did. So like a what if. So kind of like a what if, right? I was just watching the finale of Strange New Worlds yesterday, the season 1. It took me years to watch this. I was wrong about one thing. I said that Strange New Worlds was retconning the original series. Well, kind of still is, because of the finale. That episode was actually a what if. So Pike is basically trying to fight his destiny because Discovery decided to reveal to him ahead of time that he's going to become, in the wheelchair, the beep beep yes or the beep beep no and the beep yes, wheelchair driven commander Pike. So he tries. So he's trying to change the future. He's trying to keep one of those cadets from dying, because what he does is he saves cadets from dying on a ship. He rescues them, and he ends up being seriously injured as a result. And that's what leads to the Menagerie, part 1 and part 2 of the original series. Mm-hmm. Well, he gets visited by himself as an admiral, wearing the movie era admiral's outfit. So, and this admiral brings out a crystal, because he can just grab a time crystal from the Klingon moon of Barath, where the episode Rightful Heir from TNG takes place, because according to New Trek, that same monastery had the monks, the Klingon monks there, are guarding these time crystals, because
I remember all
time travel is a very easy thing in New Trek. So, but that's not the point of what I'm saying. So we go into this bit of this what if, and so we revisit Balance of Terror. But what if Balance of Terror, instead of Kirk being the captain of the Enterprise, Pike is the captain of the Enterprise? Not just any Pike, but Anson Mount's Pike. Very different from how Jeffrey Hunter portrayed Pike in the Cage and also in the Menagerie.
Oh, very much so.
Where this is written by basically people like, because Kiva Goldsman is running Strange New Worlds. So he's like, we should contact the Romulans and try to be friends with them. And maybe they'll contact us back. And you know what happens? The Romulans come, they destroy the original craft. They replay the same exact dialogue from Balance of Terror, but with extremely underwhelming delivery. So, like, once again, the original series, the way the actors acted in the original series was very theatrical. There was a lot of gravitas. Like when Mark Leonard, as the Romulan commander, says, "You and I, of a kind, I could have called you friend," and everything. And the way he delivered his lines, the way Leonard Nimoy delivered his lines as Mr. Spock, all that stuff was very, 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 very compelling in the original series, in the original Balance of Terror episode. Stranger Worlds, they have these new actors just basically saying the lines like it's nothing. And I was listening to it. I was like, wow, there is no gravitas. There is no meaning. There is no depth behind that delivery. So just that alone just was terrible. And them doing this what if. So Pike decides, let's be friends with the Romulans. Let's not go after them, because Kirk, in this episode, Kirk is captain of the Farragut. So he's still a captain. He's just a captain of a different ship. And Kirk in this episode is telling him, we have to go after them. We have to take them out before they get back to their thing. And Pike's like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. We're peaceful. We should just talk to them. Let's just call them, maybe we can come to an understanding. And the thing is, the Romulans actually do listen, because that commander is wary of war, just like the U-boat commander in The Enemy Below. Same thing, same concept. But, well, in this episode, for some reason, the entire Romulan fleet comes, and they're like, well, we're going to destroy you, the Romulan ship from Balance of Terror. We're going to destroy you, and we're going to start our war, because you know what, you are clearly inferior to us, and that war has never ended. Like, by the time with the Admiral Pike during the TOS movie era, they were still at war with the Romulans. So apparently their way didn't work. So I'm watching this, and I'm just like, wow. I'm wondering if new Trek writers would have written that episode back then if they were given the reins.
When did World War II end? It ended in like late
1945.
When did the original TOS came out? Of 67, right?
66, yeah.
66. So about 20 years. 20 years after World War II. Now, a lot of these men and women lived through what it was like going through World War II. They had experiences, they had life experiences, they had families, they did things. 20 years from now would mean 2000. Okay, we had a horrifying thing happen in 2001. Now, I know I have friends who fought over there in the desert and things. It's not exactly the same thing, though, as World War II. Is a world-changing event. Now, and everybody was conscripted. Everybody was conscripted to go and fight in that, so everybody had to man the fuck up. And now we've got this kind of soft, elitist, you're hired based on your physical appearance and not your talent, because diversity, equity, and inclusion crowd. How could we possibly expect we're going to get any story in any IP that's going to show what it's like to suffer, to be a hero, to be aspirational and inspirational? There's no way you're going to get that unless those people are military veterans, or they were firefighters, or they work for a living and they have a story to tell. But if you're hired because you're an activist, you're going to do activist shit. And here we are. Do you guys disagree? I mean, tell me in chat. If I'm being unfair, call me out. This is not an echo chamber.
Honestly,
was I on mute the whole time?
I don't think so. Were you?
No.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I heard you fine. I heard you fine. So yeah. Well, I mean, like, just I honestly, I'm kind of at a loss for words right now. Just what I would have rather seen from Picard season 3. And I mentioned this to Salty. I would have rather, now this might come off as a cop out. People might have a problem with this. I think one thing Mr. Metalis did say was that he did not like Generations, or he was unhappy with with a few aspects of Generations. That's why he brought the Kirk body into the Daystrom station.
Did nothing with it.
So
Nothing.
yeah, so I was thinking, instead of even inventing the character of Jack Crusher, I think what would have been a great way to undo Generations would have been to find a way, get the original actor, and bring back Renee Picard.
Yes,
Renee Picard.
This you blew my mind with this the other night. We talked for 2.5 hours. We just were hanging out talking about Star Trek, because that's how toxic we are as fans. Not even online. And I loved this idea, dude. This is what we should have got. Tell him your idea.
So we don't know the details. All we know is that Picard received a letter, or received a letter from somebody saying that Renee and Robert and his, I don't know if they didn't mention the mother, Robert's wife, or Renee's mother, that they burned to death in a fire. Now, nobody's seen the body. We haven't seen a body. We don't know what it is. But if I was to write this, I'm not a writer. I mean, there's a lot that you have to think about, a lot of things from multiple angles. You have to think of everything. I mean, writing's not easy. So as much as I giving people crap, I mean, it's a very tough thing to do. I would have found a way to have Robert, so Robert would still be dead. The wife would be dead, but it would be one of those tropey situations where, so in my mind, the fire did not happen by accident. This was caused intentionally by people who were either angry about what Picard did as Locutus, and they decided to attack the Picard chateau. And they kill Robert, and they kill the mother. But then one of them tries to kill Renee, and I think one particular person, I'm assuming this is a group of bad guys. Assuming a group of bad guys, and
Ferengi. It could be the Ferengi. It could be anybody out there. All the people Picard has pissed off.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I'm just gonna be safe and go human. And they go and they go let's just say they're three bad guys. And the leader wants to kill the kid. Let's just think of Once Upon a Time in the West, with you had a little kid pointing the gun at freaking Henry Fonda. Well, let's just say there's three of them, and let's say one person takes pity, says maybe we shouldn't kill the kid, and they're like, we're going to kill the kid, and then one of the perpetrators kills the other two, the leader and the other guy, and then takes Renee in, and then they burn. They take a fake body. They somehow take a fake body. I think Game of Thrones season 2 with Theon. They take a fake body of a kid that they killed or something, put it in there, and they burn it, and then they burn the chateau down. So there's no more Chateau Picard. The fields are all burnt up. Everything's aflame.
It makes sense.
And so Renee is gone, but they think he's dead. Everybody thinks he's dead. Picard thinks he's dead. And so years go by, and Renee resurfaces, and him and Picard come into contact, and Renee has all the same. He's older. He's older than Jack. Renee would be he'd be my age. He'd be in his late 30s, maybe 40. And he would also harbor resentment towards Picard. Why didn't you look for me? Yeah. Why didn't you ever look for me?
It would be the best way to hurt Picard. It would have been a lot better way than this bullshit of Beverly Crusher's like, yeah, you knocked me up and I somehow hid this effing kid from you for 20 something years. Which makes no sense.
I didn't like that. It just made me dislike Beverly Crusher more. and she's still and even with even this entire series, she hasn't redeemed herself. Like you don't. You can't make up for that. You for 20. How old is Jack? 23. You don't make up for 23 years of failing to tell a man that he's a father. That's like the. I mean,
both the ladies in the original cast were shitheads. You know, they just had these reactions with Picard and Riker that were just absolutely 100% unreasonably bitchy and wrong and immoral. And it was just like, okay, how can you invest somebody who's not a fan of Star Trek in general? How can you try to invest me into something at all when you got the women treating everybody like shit, like they're on some sort of moral high ground?
They're strong. They really are emulating the 20-something female SJW
Absolutely,
audience that Paramount is trying to attract. And William Richards, in the comment section, you're right. You don't just have to go fight in a world war to write good movies. You don't. But what you do have to do is have life experience, and get out of college and then make minimum wage and live in an apartment with a bunch of other people, and then work. Have to work really hard and watch all that it takes just to keep your head above water, and have that type of thing of like just waiting for a big break, as opposed to, mommy and daddy paid for me to go to college, and then I went off on this paid internship at this social media company, and then because of that, I like totally got this job writing for like this Star show with the Treks in it, and it's like, it shows.
You talk about life experience, and I'll say this from my own personal experience. Getting older and everything.
Older.
Star Trek. Yeah, I started watching Star Trek as an 11-year-old, and like watching it now is totally different than watching it when I was a kid. Like with more, with more, like you said, world experience, with more of anything, with, learning more about, particular issues, as an adult, I'm more knowledgeable about political issues and about social issues. And the thing is, I've experienced loss. So watching movies like Wrath of Khan, watching episodes like The Offspring or The Bonding, where they deal directly with loss. And I'm wearing sunglasses, but I'm holding back tears just bringing this up.
You can rewatch TOS. And it's the same thing, dude. It's this, like, I watched TOS when I was 7 years old, watched it in my 20s. It was just a cool show. Now that I'm 50, on the other side of 50, I watch these shows and I'm like, holy cow. We're talking about like serious, moral, ethical, human questions that are being dealt with in a completely different way. And you see it in TNG too. You see it in TNG. But this show, I don't see any great morality. I don't.
Yeah. So, but just to interrupt, we have our final guest for tonight, and he is a more knowledgeable Star Trek fan than even. Well, I'm not gonna put myself up on a pedestal and say I'm the most knowledgeable, but this gentleman has been covering. He's been covering New Trek. He's been watching Picard season 3 along the rest of us, and he's been pretty critical too. He's, like I said, he's currently doing his current project. He's making season 8 of Voyager right now as we speak. And I believe, and this is the one and the only Jonathan J.K. What's going on, sir? How are you?
Hey, I'm good, thank you. I didn't realize it was a group chat. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, I was just there's just so much to unpack here, so I just felt like I just wanted to bring a bunch of people on. And I know you've been pretty thorough with Picard season 3, and you've been pretty critical of it too. So, just curious, man. Like, you saw the finale. What did you like? What are your thoughts on the finale? Did it not make you think of a movie called Return of the Jedi?
Certain parts of it did remind me of Star Wars. Yes. No, let me back up a bit. when they announced season 3 and certain people were saying it's going to be better, I thought, okay, but no matter how good it is, it's still attached to the first 2 seasons. So you can't just selectively choose one season out of 3 and say this is the best Star Trek. So then it was released, and then we're watching it, and I thought, as we got closer to episode 9, I thought, okay, maybe the last 2 episodes, maybe they've saved everything for the last 2 episodes, and it's a big bonanza of actual Trekian, the Trek stuff that Salty Traveling was talking about just before I came in. You know, the allegory, the meaning, the exploration, the just something to intellectually get your head around.
That's it.
And then I just finished it, and I just thought, this is just Star Wars. It's just an action. It's just Terry Matalas, who has decided to get his toys out and show us how he would have created his own episode or season of Star Trek with his toys. There's just nothing there of, like, there's no replay value. I'm just really shocked and a little bit annoyed, actually.
Yeah, I mean, rewatching, like I was bringing up earlier, rewatching the first episode, this whole mystery box thing just creates so many problems. Now that we know that those people that those bird-looking creatures that Beverly engages in the beginning of the very first episode, they're shapeshifters. Why are they running around in solid form with phaser rifles, cocking back and forth, where they could just turn into goo, just travel on the ground, just show up behind Beverly, throw a tentacle, snap her neck, and that's it. Be done with her. like the shapeshifters of DS9.
Did you notice in the wrap-up when Riker is doing his sort of captain's log thing, and he's explaining that Beverly has done all this amazing stuff off camera, of course, they beam in those under 25s, and they've screened out the Borg nanoprobes and everything, and then they catch a changeling, and they just arm wrestle the changeling, and the changeling's like, okay, I give up. You got me, dude.
What?
He's like, I give you mean changeling face. Rah! It's like,
right.
like there was one scene I liked with the shapeshifter when the shapeshifter was beating up Jack, but then again, that scene brought problems too, because they were supposed to capture Jack. They wanted Jack, like Vatic wanted Jack, but apparently this shapeshifter just didn't get the memo and decided we're gonna screw with the ship's gas so that the Shrike can find us, instead of me trying to capture him, take him, keep him hidden, and then wait to be beamed aboard the Shrike or whatever. Oh my God. And I don't even want to bring up the Shrike. The Shrike was terrible. Like I'm watching Star Trek Nemesis with the scimitar, and I'm getting more of a kick out of that battle, that conflict, than I'm getting with this. And I didn't particularly like Nemesis leaving the theater personally, but I prefer that over this.
You know what I didn't think about either, like, and Alex brought it up in chat earlier, was a big giant portal weapon that can destroy a whole building in one foul swoop would have probably been good for attacking space dock.
Yeah.
Just portal it on top of each other. Like, it's done. It's like it has no rules. Just portal it.
Right.
Shoot it right in the middle. Cut it in half.
Yeah, just
Jonathan Jake.
Sorry,
Jonathan Jake. No. I'm the asshole. Trust me. Jonathan
Right.
J.K. asked. Yeah, I know. Ask everybody. So, Jonathan J.K., do you think that the vibe they were trying to go for this show was muddled, or do you think they were trying to carry on the tone of the movies, the TNG movies, and to try and turn this into one very, very overstretched plot from one TNG movie, or do you think they were trying to be TNG? I mean, because what were they trying for? I think if we can identify the target, we can. I think that lends itself to more objectivity as to what we're seeing that were imperfections.
I think on a production standpoint, they were trying to emulate the budget restricting methods that Berman employed on the show, but at the same time they're using that's the production part. But then when they use the music and they're trying to go for sort of grand end of the Federation idea, that's very much in line with the movies, but it's still shot like a TV show. I'm trying to speak objectively here without someone saying.
I know it's
how is it
hard
shot
to
like a
wrap your
TV
head
show?
around.
It looks like a movie. Like you have the 32, it has the widescreen and everything, and the lens flare. I mean, they're trying to make it look like a J.J. Abrams movie.
Some of the perspective shots seemed like it was a movie. It seemed like it was meant for a much larger screen, and it was kind of wonky to watch. Like some of the off-center shots would look a lot better on a big screen than it would just in a laptop or even a smart TV. So I can see that it's a little disjointed. But I mean, I guess that's the question. I mean, was this trying to be one movie that went on for 10 hours, or was this trying to be a season of TNG without discrete episodes? That's what I can't kind of wrap my head around. Is what the hell was it trying to be?
I really had 2009
trying to,
movie.
I think it's trying to be a little bit of everything. I never thought about it like that, but that's my quick thought on it.
I think you're right.
Because they wanted solo episodes, like the bit with the nebula and an episode where they're stuck there. Okay, you've minimized the story, and it's less about the galactic conflict or supposed coming galactic conflict, and it's like a very small story. Okay, that's sort of TV-esque. A movie wouldn't necessarily do that, and then it expands back out again, and it just falls apart. So, I don't know. Maybe it tried to be both, or it tried to be something different.
I didn't mean to trick you. I was just trying to think about this like bigger picture, man. You know what I mean? And it's like at the end of this for this episode, it felt like it was trying to atone for Nemesis. Like you had mentioned, this was Metalis taking out his Star Trek action figures and then basically going, "This is how I would have had Nemesis roll."
That in Generations. I mean, once again, bringing back the Enterprise days, showing the Kirk body on the Area 51 thing, because it was kind of his way. It was kind of his way of because remember, Shatner wrote a bunch of books he wrote a book called The Return, and he wrote a bunch of books where he brings Kirk back to life with Romulan and Borg technology or something like that. So there was a lot of callbacks still, and I'm sure Robert Meyer Burnett probably can name a whole bunch of other book references that I can't. I've only read a handful of Star Trek books. I've read the Shatner verse. I've read Double Helix Volume 2 or Volume 3, the one with Admiral McCoy and Ambassador Spock, and I don't know if I read any other Star Trek books.
There's a whole ton of them for Titan with Captain Riker, and some of them were pretty good. I read a couple of them, but and they just keep spawning and spawning and spawning and spawning. I guess that was the weirdest part about watching the Titan turned into the Enterprise. Is the Titan had its own entire canon and like an entire world with characters and different people and different conflicts that occurred. And apparently we're not going to get that anymore, but I don't know.
Who cares? So they turned in the Enterprise to give it to Seven? Who cares? Why do we want Seven to have the Enterprise? Seven can have the Titan.
Boobies.
So
right?
Somebody made
why
a
is that
point
special?
Sorry.
No, you could go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, I need to give this person a shout out. Daniel on Twitter, who I've just retweeted. He makes the great point that what they've done with renaming the Titan to the Enterprise is basically akin to naming Rey a Skywalker, where you just carry that baggage. Not baggage, that's a negative word. Where you carry the association of the Enterprise lineage over to the Titan. So it's very lazy sort of, if this becomes a new series, then you've got Captain Seven in charge on the Enterprise G. Yeah. It's like, well, who wouldn't want to watch that? It's got the Enterprise.
Yeah.
I mean, like renaming the Titan. It was like Matt said earlier, or whoever, I forgot who said that earlier, but what's wrong with the Titan? Just leave it the Titan. It's the Titan A. Imagine if they changed the name of the Enterprise to another ship even more popular. I wanted to be like, yay, that's another Enterprise, but there's the F. We didn't see the F get destroyed. Why is there an Enterprise G? Where's the F?
That's why I said F. It got F'd because I was like, wait a minute, didn't we miss something here?
By the way, rest in peace, Admiral Elizabeth Shelby. I was watching the Ready Room with her, and I'll be honest, I think she's awesome, and it's a shame that they didn't give her much to do. Like her actress was pretty cool. Doing her and Jonathan Frakes were talking cringe Will Wheaton. I'm not gonna lie, but I like the way she was recalling her memories. She was really cool. Like, I think they should have given her way more to do. Like, she should have had a major role. She should have had a major role throughout the series. Rose should have had a major role throughout the series. Why keep this all secret? Why just have them show up in an episode to die? Like, why couldn't we see, like, the story from multiple? One thing I liked about early Trek, or even DS9, like, you saw the story from multiple angles and everything, but here you only get like 1-2 B plots, and that's it. Where's all that? Like, if this is a big, massive story, that involves everything in the Federation, there should be like multiple points of view in here. Like, that would have made more scenes, shorter scenes, and I think it would have been way more interesting than what we actually got. I don't know if you guys agree.
I think you could rewrite a lot of those episodes and focus more on character. I do feel like there's something on the cutting room floor where we're trying to figure out, well, what was happening with Worf. He kept saying at least twice, "I've sacrificed something," and I thought that was going to be a plot alluding to something, or just something more than just 2 lines. And then at the end, there's this bond between an unearned bond between Worf and Rafaela. And there's nothing there. Again, I feel like I've missed something. There could have been another episode or an episode's worth of content to firmly establish that relationship.
Or it could have been a 2-minute scene. It could have been a 2-minute scene, or just something passing in the hallway where they wrote out how their relationships evolve over time. Like all of these characters, you're right about the perspectives. I mean, look at TNG. You saw things from the perspective of what was going on in engineering. You saw things from what were going on in medbay. You would see things sometimes from Barclay, God help us, Barclay's perspective in TNG. And I wasn't the big don't hate me, dude, but I wasn't the biggest Voyager fan, but I do respect what they did and how it ended up. What do you think made Voyager so successful? What was the flavor that was so different? Because a lot of us are very TNG centric, okay? And DS9 centric, but what was it about Voyager which was a different vibe that transcended or was able to become its own thing, stepping out of TNG's shadow?
Just because this is our first time meeting, I just have to let you know that Voyager is not my favorite series.
Okay,
DS9
cool. No worries.
It's just that I found
I get that.
a way to get back into the Alpha Quadrant easier by using their perspective of the Voyager crew rather than start. I wanted to originally start on DS9, but it's very hard because they closed it up. It was so successful with its storytelling. But what made Voyager more successful, are you saying?
Yes, because it has a very different flavor than TNG and then DS9 in the interactions of personality. And then Voyager was a completely different experience than we ever had in the Star Trek universe with what they were trying to do in their objectives. So as you're creating this for Voyager, you have to take into the canon of that show and the personalities and everything that's happened. How I guess, what would you say? I mean, understanding DS9 is your favorite. What's the key to maintaining that continuity, or how is it that it's different than, say, TNG or DS9?
Well, they always try to make Voyager like a new version of TNG because they wanted that lightning in a bottle a second time. But when I watch Voyager, even though it's not my favorite series, at least I can acknowledge that they're being sincere with making those stories, even with the production troubles that they had on the show. But that doesn't mean, because I'm assuming you're wanting to find out the perspective of what made Voyager different and compared to Picard season 3
from your
right?
perspective. From your perspective, like, what were the themes? Because it wasn't a cut and paste of TNG at all. I mean, you had 7 of 9 in there. You had all these different characters. What made that Star Trek for you? Maybe not perfect Star Trek, but it was still Star Trek. And then maybe what's missing from Picard, or New Trek in general, I guess, let's be honest.
I think then again, Voyager did rush through a lot of its stories on particular episodes. It's like, many times I can say, well, that could have been a 2-parter, but there is a level of sincerity there, and maybe naivety with the way it's telling those stories. Whereas now, post 9/11, everything has to be dark and brooding, and the self-reflection comes from the tragedy of 9/11 and everything else that's followed on from that. That's just because everyone makes the joke, the timeline has changed. Our timeline has changed. The way we interact with media has changed. So that could be part of it. But I do think Terry Matalis and the production crew are sincere. with what they're trying to do. I just don't think they really understand it to a degree. Have you ever watched? I keep making this example, but have you ever watched White Men Can't Jump? And you've got the Woody Harrelson
original?
character, Billy.
I haven't seen
Yes.
it. No, I haven't.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
Back in the
so,
day.
For those
yeah.
who don't know, Billy Hoyle is this white guy who tricks basically the black people into thinking that he's some kind of chump so that he can beat them at basketball, and he's hustling them. So he can shoot, he can talk the talk, he can play on the court, but you later find out that he can't dunk. That's why it's called White Men Can't Jump. And I feel like Terry Metalis can do those first three, but he can't do the dunking. And that dunking is probably what encapsulates making this sort of Berman era Trek feel very real, very you can get the vibe of Berman era Trek throughout, and yet here Terry's not doing that or giving you that level of sincerity or acknowledgement that Berman tried. And even though a lot of people talk so badly about Berman and they only know from what snippets have been released about him, you do know that this is a man who did try to live up to someone else's legacy, or to live up to maintaining someone else's legacy. Because
he worked directly with worked with Mr. Roddenberry, and he was very he was a big reason why why a lot of the writers didn't go crazy with a lot of their ideas. I don't know if it was Berman himself that maintained that. I like to say that even though there's a lot of progressive ideas that went into Star Trek, everybody knows that, but they made it in a way that both people on the left and the right can, both still enjoy the issues that are brought up. They don't take sides. And I'm kind of curious if that's kind of Berman was the one that was responsible for kind of maintaining that, because he was the one that approved it. It was approved of everything, right?
Well, you had Berman, but you also had a lot of writers that obviously were part of Gene Roddenberry's
Michael Pillar and
Life Force.
Michael Pillar was the head writer for a while. Terry Taylor. Yeah.
You had Ron Moore, Brannon Barger, who stayed nearly throughout the entire run. What was I going to say? I was going to say something about the sincerity. Oh yeah, Berman though was very conservative, and that might have helped what make Star Trek, the Berman era classic Star Trek, what it is, because he was conservative with certain stories, or trying to get to the point of a character who has a certain motivation, or what is a good bad guy. Whereas with Terry Metalis and the Kurtzman, they say it. Well, it's canon. This is canon, but it doesn't follow canon. Everything contradicts itself, even inside its own created canon of New Trek. But importantly, the Berman era of Trek at least tried to be original, whereas everything about New Trek is about getting that 90s Trek back. All of it. Yeah. Discovery. Well, actually, Discovery is probably going after TOS, sorry. But the Strange New Worlds is still referencing classic Trek. And then you've got Prodigy, which I haven't seen, but I do hear good things about it, but it's still references 90s Trek, as does Lower Decks. It's all there to just give us the nostalgia, and there's no originality. It doesn't really move. Yeah, it doesn't really try to move the franchise in the future. I mean, the best thing that's been moving into the future, and it's not even a Star Trek show, it's the Orville. And heck, even I have problems with the latest season of the Orville with some of the way they decide to tell their story, especially episode 4 with the Krill homeworld and everything, and Leia. But that's not the point. But yeah, the Orville was if you were going to make a new series, if you really wanted to recapture the 90s, you just make another next generation type of show set in the 25th century. You have create a new crew, another Enterprise, maybe Enterprise J or something, or Enterprise I or H or whatever, who knows, and just have a new crew and cut everything off from the 23rd and the 24th centuries. Make it its own thing, like TNG did. Like they Roddenberry made it clear not to reference the older show, to let this new series. And TNG had its ups and downs, especially its first 2 seasons, in order to maintain, in order to stand on its own 2 feet by itself. And it succeeded, and it created the first, in my opinion, TV universe. I mean, you had TNG, you had DS9, you had Voyager, you had crossover, you had characters crossing over from one series to another. And the thing was,
I think that they did a good job maintaining consistency because I didn't catch. I mean, there were points where I didn't catch. I mean, there probably been inconsistencies that I didn't catch, but I enjoyed all of them, even Voyager. And DS9 was just, dude, like
they could have updated the cinematography in this new realism style, but it doesn't mean that you have to make everything morally dark. You don't have to have an evil federation. You don't have to have 4-letter cuss words every other sentence. You don't have to have murder occurring constantly. So you keep all those things consistent. You keep the same uplifting, hopeful, futuristic, bright future that Roddenberry created. You keep the Federation the same, but you could film in the style that they are using, where you have a much more realistic style, a more gritty style, but not the gritty of the dark, brutal grittiness. But you can make, just like the Orville proved you can do. And you could have done that, and you don't have to follow with the Enterprise. That would have been fine to do, but they could have done anything new, and done essentially a third wave of Star Trek, a post Next Generation, like you said, a new century, whatever. But they didn't want to do that, and I don't see how you would have ever continued Picard season 3, because Jonathan, like you said, the other 2 seasons exist, and pretending that they didn't doesn't work. I mean, I guess you could literally say they don't exist and just reboot in your season and say a middle finger to Kurtzman, but you're not going to. It's actually never going to be allowed. So
agreed.
You can't do that. So it's impossible. My point of view is it's impossible to make a Picard season 3 that's worth watching, because seasons 1 and 2 exists and New Trek exists. But theoretically, they could have done. They could have a smash hit with 4 or 5 different series, just like they're trying to do, that were actually beloved by Star Trek fans. If all they did was stay true to Roddenberry and to what Star Trek is actually about, which is serious storytelling with good morals, true, insightful, uplifting, and visionary storytelling.
You could say the same thing about The Witcher. You could say the same thing about Star Wars. You could say the same thing about Wheel of Time. Why? And the only answer I can come up with, and it's Occam's razor, is the ideological purity test that it takes to get into this, and the nepotism involved. But I've had a lot of fun tonight, Nerdporial. It's been a pleasure meeting you, Jonathan, and as always, it's great to see Steve, my man Nathan, Daniel. You guys are fantastic. Hail to everybody in chat. It's awesome to see you guys. I need to split.
All right. Well, thank you, Salty. Anything you want to promote before you go?
Nah, I'm Salty, Travel and See. Check out my channel. I talk about pop culture sometimes and other things. But I've really enjoyed watching all of these live watches that Nerdporial and Steve has done. I just want to say thank you for doing that. It's been very entertaining. Hail, everybody. Have a good evening. I'll see you later.
All right. Have a good night, Salty. Thank you for being here. So yeah, I managed to get a whole bunch of people in our little sphere right here watch Picard season 3, and now I feel terrible for it. I feel like I wasted. I feel like I wasted everybody's time.
No. No. See, Brian, this was all about coming together and supporting you as a friend. It's good or bad. If it was good, we would have been here celebrating the show with you and really reveling in the enjoyment of it, because it is what it is. We're here supporting you because this is something you were really hoping that Barnett got, the RMB guy was going to be right, and that's a thought I wanted to ask Jonathan about. Was the other day I was listening to him in an interview with somebody, and he was talking about how characters are and story are what make a show for him, and canon is secondary to that, which for me that they all kind of intertwine. That you can't go one over the other, at least from how I'm looking at things. And he said, I'm willing to accept canon errors as long as the stories and characters are great. And I can't square myself with that, and I don't know what your thoughts are with that.
I haven't heard this thing. I haven't heard what Burnett has said, but you're saying that he cares more about the story over the canon, right?
The story and characters over the canon. Yeah, he said that multiple times.
But we've all just watched a TV show, forgive me if I'm wrong, where the canon is more important than the story and the characters. As in, they're making all these references, but there's no payoff.
Yes.
And then they don't do anything with the canon. But that's what, like, when they insert the changelings, you think, oh, okay, they're going to carry on with the Dominion War, and we thought it was going to be like a repeat of the Dominion War.
Yeah,
but then it just went elsewhere. But what I'm trying to say is that canon is front and center in this story. But the canon
what they're selling
isn't.
I mean, all those callbacks, like insane, like all these insane callbacks. Like heck, you had a museum, all the ships, all the major ships from the movies. You had the freaking Klingon ship from Voyage Home. You had. You had the Voyager. You played the Voyager theme. Like there was so much. There was so like honestly, like this series probably would not have been able to stand on its own feet if it didn't have all these throwbacks.
I would be interested to see what kind of season they would make if it didn't refer to anything previous.
Like they could have created. They honestly could have created. Honestly, I thought they were going to create they were going to create a new species, or what I thought was going to happen when the season began, because I was a young sweet summer child 10 weeks ago going into this series, because Rob, and not only Rob but Mr. Dave Cullen, a whole bunch of people have been praising. They watched the first 6 episodes and they said this is. I mean, I've heard people say this is the greatest season of Star Trek ever. Popcast Brothers said that. I politely disagree with them, and I mean, we're cool. I'm cool with them on Twitter, but no, this is not the greatest season of Star Trek. I mean, and those guys they're older. They said they've been watching Star Trek for 45 years. So I don't know what it is. It's just like I think the older you get, the more emotionally attached you get to you get to the property. And I mean, I'm only in my late 30s, so I'm a young pup compared to a lot of you guys. I'm probably the youngest one. I'm the youngest one on this panel right now, but I mean, I'm emotionally, but I'm not that emotional, like to the point where I don't see what I don't realize what I'm seeing in front of me, and I see it's different. It's not the same thing. It's not the same Star Trek that I liked growing up.
Do we all know the allegory of the cave by Plato?
Yeah. Well, okay. You should tell it.
Who do you think is the one who has escaped? Is it us, or is it those that praise it? I'm trying to figure that out. Are we the prisoners, and they're trying to convince us, or are we the ones that are free, and we're trying to tell them?
We're the ones that are free. We're the ones that are free. We're trying to tell them, and they're like, they don't. The thing is, try to convince someone that they're a prisoner. Good luck.
Oh, we're free.
Sometimes with the amount of praise, I just don't.
Well, I mean, look. All I can say is like the people that are praising it for, the characters are back in a room together. I got this feeling from seeing this person. This character showing up gave me these feelings.
They say they were they were saying they were respectful to the characters was one thing that I got, and that just goes to show you how much damage the earlier seasons of Picard have done.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's actually the opposite in sheep's clothing. I think they've disrespected every single character in this show for not putting together a coherent storyline together. The storyline is absolute garbage. And it's just don't think about what's happening. Look at who's in the screen talking. Don't pay attention to what they're saying. Just look at who's saying the lines. Don't listen to the music. Look at the starship. Look at all the starships. Don't pay attention to how they got there or why they're there or how they're there or who's operating anything. Just look at this on the screen. That it's all surface level praise for visuals and things that don't really amount to anything. It might as well be just a picture book of old memories rather than a TV show, because the TV show makes no sense.
I
I
think
mean,
there's
especially this last one. I mean, this last episode is just like, I mean, nothing. Earth is gone. Earth is destroyed. Earth is been annihilated.
I think
It's I don't know.
there's two things. I don't know which how you separate people, but I think there's a lot of people with Stockholm syndrome that they've been beaten down so much that this just looks like, you know, they're looking up from the gutter. They're underneath the gutter and they're seeing a little tiny ray of sunshine, and that's season 3. And then there's people who are playing 4D chess, and I really think that they are doing the same thing that happened with Star Wars and The Mandalorian with Filoni, and they think that supporting Metalis will somehow result in a return, somewhat better return to Star Trek, and it'll get it out of the hands of Kurtzman, which is all a bunch of nonsensical, like I say, 4D chess junk, because none of us have anything to say with how the studios run this stuff, just like it's been proven with Disney and Star Wars. And it's silly to try to support things and claim that they're better than they are, because you're trying to, I don't know, gaslight in reverse, trying to generate, you know, buzz and support for a show that doesn't really deserve it, because you're like, well, and I really think this is real, and I have to stand in because Salty's not here, so I have to wear the tinfoil hat for him. That there are people that are thinking that, you know, this is a real thing. Like, oh, we can basically challenge Kurtzman from without, right? Like, we can support this other guy, Metalis, and, you know, then there'll be a battle within the
at least he tried, right? At least he did, but at least he tried. He says he's on our side, so he must be on our side, even though nothing he wrote makes sense. He his heart was in the right place. So we want to support the guy whose heart's in the right place.
And then they'll get all the people make excuses. Well, you know, he tried the best he can. His hands are tied. You know, this is the best season 3 he could write. Budget, other writers. He doesn't control everyone who's on staff. But just imagine if we support him really good, and he takes over, then he can get the people in charge, and it's all just a bunch of wish fulfillment, and that's how I see a lot of this weird. Because explain the support from people like you're talking about, Nerd Poirier, the people that have loved Star Trek forever. I can't understand how any of them can truly believe that this is such a fantastic season. The writing is terrible. Nothing makes sense. Jonathan, you made the good point where, like, this season is all about canon. All it is references, and that's it. The writing is not good.
Yeah, it doesn't really try to create its own canon either. So it's just like,
no.
Honestly, I don't need to watch this again.
The taser to Petri dish.
When they were hiding the Titan, when they were hiding the Titan in the Chintoka debris field, whatever they called it, I just thought everywhere is a reference. Every person is a reference. Is there no new places in this Federation space? Like, everything's just got to refer to something. Everything. I mean, like the individual grains of sand has to be. You know, they could be talking about the sand is imported from Risa. It's real sand that we've kept on.
Even Metalis Prime. Even Metalis Prime is from Enterprise, I believe. The where they go in season 4.
When you reference anything in particular, especially when you're doing a science fiction story where the galaxy is just so mind-bogglingly big, and we all acknowledge that we cannot comprehend how big the galaxy is. When you start referencing things that we already know, you start to shrink that galaxy down, the stakes, the perception of that galaxy down. And by saying, well, Earth is only, how long was it away? It's only like 20 seconds away from the Fleet Museum, which has its own space dock and its own livable planet, because I saw clouds and blue oceans. So where is this place? Because as far as I understood, Tau Alpha Ceti or Alpha Ceti is the closest star system to Earth in real life. So you've limited the warp, because we can't talk while the ship is in warp anymore. It's got to basically go into warp, and then it's already there. And then everything is a reference fest to something else. So this box that you're playing inside, this galaxy, is just ever shrinking, never saying anything else outside of what we already know. And think, oh, that's a new place. What are they like? So when somebody, I can't remember who made the point, when someone says they should have just created new aliens, yes, new bad guys with new canon and a new level of fear added to them. Not just, oh, it's the Borg. Oh, that's what was behind the red door. Oh, okay.
Did you feel like honestly, like how many times did they kill the Borg Queen in Star Trek? They killed the Borg Queen in First Contact. They killed the Borg Queen in Voyager: Dark Frontier. They killed the Borg Queen in the finale, in the Voyager finale, Endgame. Same actress. Well, I mean, different actress for Dark Frontier, but you know what I mean. And then they killed the Borg Queen again here. I'm just like, this 4 times they killed the Borg. You think in such 3-dimensional terms.
She doesn't even put up a fight. She doesn't even put up a fight in this. It's so pathetic.
Well,
nobody puts up a fight. The shapeshifters were the most harmless cannon fodder. Like, sorry.
You know, the problem with the Borg is that they are so overpowered, and this show subconsciously or unknowingly, I don't know, recognizes that they're overpowered. That's why you have to limit them to such a degree that somehow, for some reason, the Queen is dying, and this is the last. I got the impression it was the last Borg cube in the known galaxy.
That's what I thought
too.
too.
Got to ally with the changelings, and when the Enterprise was shooting the Borg, at no time did they ever say the Borg have adapted. So the Borg can't adapt. You've taken away one of their special powers. They were so hamstrung just to make sure that the Enterprise could go toe to toe with the Enterprise D, that is, could go toe to toe with this.
Well, they forget.
I get the idea of trying to infect everybody. That was kind of interesting, but it was so late in the game, you didn't really have time to really consider its effects, and then it was just like brushed away in the last episode anyway.
Well, then your villain's not thinking either. You talk about shrinking the universe, right? So, like, if it takes so short a time to warp from the Fleet Museum, how long does it take to send 10 Borg-controlled fleet ships to Jupiter to defend a Borg cube?
Right.
Well, that and their whole time compression thing. I mean, at the end of episode 7, or end of episode 8, didn't Riker say that we've got 2 hours before the Fleet Day or whatever it's called, and we have no idea what we're doing? You know, so it's like in 2 hours. In 2 hours, they've got to figure out that they need to go to the museum for 3 hours and then get back there in time to save the Earth and all that other stuff. You know, it's complete nonsense. They lose track of everything.
But what star system is 2 hours away, or less than 2 hours away? Because they had to go to Earth, and then they flew away from Earth to get the ship, and then came back.
Right. Yeah. See, and that's why I get aggravated talking with the report, because I thought Star Trek was the franchise that thought about this stuff, thought about distance and space travel, how long it takes you to get from point A to point B. It's not an instantaneous travel. You have to travel hours in warp to get from this side of the galaxy to the other side of the galaxy. You know, there were smart things happening and thought being put into actions, and what is happening while these other actions are being taken. It's like, while you're doing all this stuff in the museum, Earth is under siege, but nobody seems to freaking even pay attention to the fact that while they're dicking around going down memory lane when they're going on to the freaking Enterprise, that Earth is being bombarded.
You would have thought that the space dock would have been completely going into this last week. We thought the space dock, we thought Earth was already taken.
I don't want to take Alex's line, but the hero of the story is whoever made the shields for the fucking space dock, because holy shit.
Those shields were even better than DS9 upgraded shields from season 5 or from season 4 and season 5.
Full-on bombardment from 800 ships for fucking hours. It's like, wow.
Not to defend the show, but Space Dock is so much bigger than DS9. So I can imagine they've got, I mean, if the Shriker's got secondary shielding, or the Scimitar had primary and secondary shielding, I'm sure Space Dock has the power capabilities to have primary, secondary, tertiary levels of shielding. I mean, I can give them that, but at the same time, you just said, the air quotes, the entire Federation fleet was there. That's a pretty rock solid Space Dock. Every planet should have one. That's every ship in the fleet, that would be gone.
I agree.
I mean, every ship, like you saw that. I mean, it's like it's their own visual used against them. You can see all of the ships that are there. There's hundreds of them.
Just torpedo the shit out of that
It's
shit.
like
That space
it's like
dock.
are there torpedoes that weak that all 800 torpedoes bombarding one side of a? I mean, it's like, and then there's the whole thing. Then there's the whole thing is there are transporters on space dock, right? So why aren't there any Borg on the space dock?
Yeah.
But Steve, you're forgetting.
Yeah,
you're forgetting, Steve, though, that as they are attacking space dock, not one single one of those people firing is Beverly Crusher.
that's true. That's true. She's gone through. She's
been through some shit in 20 years.
She has. It's been 20 long years. She's been through some shit. Yep.
I like how they had to pause everything to look at Beverly, and they're like, okay.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That was the other thing that made me nuts is that this is not a woke season, but when we get the crew and 7 of 9 takes over the Titan, you have the one idiot who's the male cook, who's a coward, bumbling fool, overweight doofus, and it's like, no, they're still doing that. They're still poking fun at guys. They're still having women being all these competent girl bosses. It's all there. It's just less obvious. It's less in your face, but it's still all right there.
She was the one to say engage.
Well, it's funny because he's like, I'm just a cook, and she's like, well, just do it. Now's your time. Just do it. It's like, I don't know how to fly. I'm a cook. It's like, well, you're gonna fly now. It's like, okay, how? I'm gonna expertly fly through all 800 of these freaking ships and not get shot.
He did well.
And he did amazing.
Very well.
That guy,
He did amazing. Come on, give me due.
If there was no one that could command, if there was no one that could fly, I'm sure 7 of 9 probably could have. She's flown before. Well, not Starship, but I know she's flown a shuttle.
So he was the last Starfighter carryover. That's what he was.
Look, it's one of these things. When you start, it's like, don't think about it, because the more you think about it, the more it doesn't make sense. You just previously in the last episode showed an example of a ship taking back their bridge and showing signs of not being Borg controlled. What did they do to it? They blew it up immediately. So the minute that the Borg on the bridge have to warp out of the frickin' bridge and the bridge is taken over by frickin' 7 of 9 again, I'm pretty sure those Borg that are now trapped, because the Borg don't use locks, only humans use locks. And apparently there's only 7 Borg on the Titan. Those are the only 7 Borg on the Titan, the ones that were on the dock, right? Apparently. So, but the moment that they take the bridge, those Borg will be like, "Oh, we've lost the bridge. Shoot us, because we're a threat."
That's another obvious thing that made me nuts. So they storm the bridge. They shoot the women in charge, the 3 girls in charge of the Titan, who all beam away, because God forbid that they die, because they have to all have their Borgification undone so that they can return. There's no consequence to anything. Like, the people who died were all old characters who died for memberberry reasons, like Ro and other Shelby and other people. But no, they couldn't actually kill them, and that's not the way Borg fight. They don't retreat and beam away and then come back. Like, it's not. It doesn't fit canon. It doesn't make sense.
They just
They deliberately set their phasers up to be personal transporters so that they wouldn't kill them.
So, they were beaming them away? Is that what they were doing?
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
All of a sudden, the show wants to respect life.
But
so
then
they finally stopped murdering people.
Like, they're all they just watch. Like, I thought they were supposed to be covertly taking the bridge back. If you don't kill the people on the bridge, the Borg know that you've taken the bridge, which means the Borg will kill you. It's like what the? They just showed you that they'll kill you. It's just
until they don't.
Until they don't.
But
exactly.
if they're turned into the Borg, you wouldn't capture Borg. Like, That's not a thing that you do to take back your ship. Did they know that they can undo the Borgification on them?
I think they just hoped.
So they're gambling with everything to keep these people alive?
Right.
When the Federation has a complete history of dealing with the Borg, and basically if someone's a Borg, they're dead, and you just got to shoot them and kill them.
Right.
That's what First Contact Picard did.
Yeah.
When the show wants to kill a character, they'll just kill a character like Ro or Shelby. But they need to keep Sidney LaForge alive, so they've got to do it. But Seven at the time isn't aware that the Enterprise D is coming back and they've got a plan. So why are they trying to keep them alive? Because the story demands that Geordie's daughters live.
Right.
It's there to service something else other than the story.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. So it's plot armor.
Is there anything in canon that says that has that kind of like hive mind thing where you kill the central part of the hive and everything goes back to normal from the Borg point of view?
No. I mean,
no.
That's one of the conceits of the Borg anyway, and that's why a lot of people don't like the Queen, because if you kill the Queen, the hive doesn't get destroyed because she's a representation of the hive. But for some reason, somewhere, it's got convoluted where if you kill the Queen, the hive dies because she is the hive. she's a representation of the hive.
Yeah. That's why. I mean, that's why Best of Both Worlds was so freaking crazy, because there was no like real solution. That like they couldn't just go in and take out the Queen because the Queen didn't exist. They had to come up with a better idea. What did Data do? He put the Borg to sleep, and the Borg just blew up because he put.
Queen. Don't forget, there was a Queen. It shows you in First Contact. It's just that for some reason, the Queen wasn't there.
Oh yeah, sorry, I take responsibility.
But even if you kill the Queen, like you say, each cube. I'm under the assumption that each cube can, because there's like 5,000 personnel on board each ship. I'm assuming every cube can generate a Queen. Every cube has a Queen, and then there's probably one in Union Matrix 0. So you've got to wipe out. So killing the Queen actually should mean nothing. It's killing the Borg cube, destroying the Borg cube that actually would kill the Queen. But enough 5,000. Have you ever seen those photos of where they've got all the Republicans in some sort of photo merge composition, and it shows you what the average Republican politician looks like, and then they've done it for the Democrats as well. Have you ever seen that?
No,
I don't think so.
No? Okay. So they've compressed all the photos and they've said, right, this is what the average Republican looks like and the average Democrat looks like. And that to me is what each Borg cube can do, where they just create this Queen that obviously is networked to all the other Borg cubes anyway. So you're talking about massive redundancy. And it's off-site backups, constantly backing up every Queen's personality as well, so that when the next Queen comes, it's just like, well, do you remember me? Because I didn't die. I did. That one did, but I didn't. So it's me again. Because they're all just an amalgamation of everything on top of everything else.
That's what I thought from First Contact. That it is obviously right. That's not the only Queen that would get sent. So it has to be just a recreation or whenever they. I thought maybe when they want to create a Queen, they can just create one whenever they feel like it.
Sorry, I just think in too much. I just think too much in 3-dimensional terms.
Well, they ate all the metal and stuff in the universe, so they're all deteriorating and dying, right? Oh, sorry. Like, I don't believe for a minute that the Borg are sitting there dying. Like, come on, stop.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop.
By the way, when you were listing, Nerdporial, about all the incidences of Borg Queens, the first 2 books of the Star Trek Voyager relaunch novels involves a Borg Queen. So you imagine you just accomplished Endgame, you have a little break, and all of a sudden there's something on Earth, and it's another Borg Queen, a baby Borg Queen, or juvenile Borg Queen on Earth, and then you have to destroy that Queen. It's like another Borg story. So they've done it in the books as well.
I forgot because I read those first 2 books on Farther Shore and Homecoming. I forgot about that. It just tells you how memorable those books were. Sorry.
It's okay.
I forgot about that.
I've learned a lot from those books.
And they've got to be more memorable than Picard 3 and 1 and 2.
Are they still writing? Is Kirsten Beyer still writing Voyager books?
No, she writes for Star Trek Discovery.
Oh, because I know she wrote for Picard, and I know she was writing. She wrote a whole bunch of Voyager, relaunch books Christy Golden started with the first two. I think she wrote the third one. Then Kristen Beyer took over for like a whole bunch afterwards. I'm not sure if they're still publishing more relaunch Voyager.
I think a couple came out recently, but all those books have to be tied into the Picard canon. And if you read the Destiny trilogy, it's so amazing because the Borg send like 5,000 cubes and they're just like, fuck you, we're going to win. And you think they are going to win. But then something happens and all those cubes don't get to do that. At the last moment, they save the day again.
I'm curious how these Discovery, these new Trek book lines are. I wonder how they are quality wise.
What is in terms of selling? Oh, okay. Maybe the books are probably very good, but who wants to read them?
Yeah, especially when you give a crap show that's based off of. Like, it's such a shame. But, seriously,
books are a niche, and when you find out that the action figures are not selling, then you've got to think, well, the books can't be doing that great either, because the toys are more something that children can play with and everyone can put on their display counters at the back of their YouTube videos and stuff like that. Not books. Yeah. So it's a niche for third-party content, whatever.
Yeah, especially if you didn't have any. Yeah, if you didn't, and like I think the Titan series came out in between, like Nemesis or Enterprise and the JJ stuff. So we still got a continuation of the 24th century. And a friend of mine, Gary, reads a whole bunch of these books. He says the Titan books are fantastic. Like, people wanted Captain Riker of the Titan, and I mean that you got him in freaking Lower Decks, kind of.
Yeah, you get him in the Destiny. You get him, Captain Riker, in the Destiny trilogy as well, and he's pretty good with his history. Yeah.
Raporial, I'm still waiting for this Riker episode. Did we miss it?
Apparently there was. I thought it was episode 5 where Dave Cullen and a whole bunch of other people said that this was Riker. Like, episode 5 would showcase Riker's best performance in all of Star Trek, even more than TNG. And I just didn't really.
There was a lot of
his
that
greatest performance.
Like,
honestly,
I feel like there was a lot of that. At least from what it sounds like you said, is there was a lot of best performance since TNG, better than TNG. This is the best episode of Next Generation, including TNG. Like, are they intentionally trying to do you think they're falsely remembering it, or do you think they are intentionally comparing it and thinking that? Do you really think that they think these are better than TNG episodes? I guess is the question, because or do you think it's just disingenuous to try and pump up hype to people and make them think the show's better than it is? I guess I don't know. It's just because it's everything is better than TNG. Best ever episode, it's like, and I know there's episodes of TNG from these characters that you gush about that just like, and it's just like, I don't know. It doesn't have to. It can be good. It doesn't have to be the best ever, right? I don't know why we have to. Everything always has to be the best episode ever. I don't know.
I can find 10 episodes from season 1 of TNG that are better than Picard season 3, and I can find 10 episodes from season 7 that are better, but people say this is better than both those 2 seasons and the majority of TNG. I've seen those comments from people,
and I'm just like, no. I can
rewatch say that Paddock is the best villain ever in Trek.
I heard that. I saw that too. I probably read that same tweet too. Like, I'm saying, I've said this multiple times. I just watched Nemesis on Saturday, a few days ago, last weekend. I was more engaged in the battle between the Scimitar and the Enterprise E than what we got with Vadic. And I went into this season with high expectations. I was expecting Vadic to be this insanely existential threat, like up there with the female shapeshifter from DS9, that type of level. And heck, I think the female shapeshifter from DS9 was a much better antagonist than Vadic. And the Shrike, as terrifying as it looked when you first see it, encountering the Elios right here, and it's like this. It's like it's about to eat the Helios like a predator. It did not deliver, and Vadic started off as a mustache twirling villain. Then we find out she was tortured by Section 31 by Starfleet or Section 31, and I didn't know if we were supposed to feel bad for her. And then she takes over the ship, goes Negan, executes the Vulcan science officer. I forgot her name, to Vin or to Val, or I forget. And then they kill her. And she said they kill her they kill her Last Jedi style, like Leia getting sucked out the bridge. And then she says fucking solids, and then she dies, and that was it.
It's like, were they allied with? I mean, she's not, like I've said it a few times. She doesn't act like she's allied with the Borg. She's full. She acts.
She's like terrified of them,
terrified like, of being controlled. If Demon Jellyhead is actually the Borg Queen, like,
did you do so? Like, Jonathan, do you think that the Demon Jellyhead was the Borg Queen the whole time?
I had no idea what that was. Someone said to me it's the Borg Queen, and I'm like, okay, but why dress it? Why hide? Yeah. Why did you hide it that it was the Borg Queen? If that only the shapeshifters are talking to the Queen, why?
I think
because mystery box.
Why? Mystery I agree. Why?
Right, mystery box. That's it. Mystery box. That's it. That's the answer.
Now, but even like, if you did include the Queen at that specific point in the story, was it episode 3, episode 4? That would have sent all sorts of people into a great frenzy of speculation, and it would still have been a mystery box, because you're asking yourself, why are the Borg allied with the shapeshifters?
Yeah.
Oh, it would have been much better to just reveal it as the Borg Queen and go, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
And then even if you have Vadic scared of her, you have to be like, okay, well, why is Vadic scared? What does the Borg have over the changeling people that is making them scared of the right? It's like, even if they're working together, because they made it seem like Vadic was reluctantly working together. The Borg Queen was just like, oh no, we're working together. It's like,
no, you were commanding. You were. I mean, she was the Borg Queen, or the Demon Jellyhead was basically Sosai X from Gatchaman, from the anime Gatchaman, or Leader X from Kamen Rider. You know, your anime or your villain. You have your main villain, who's like the person, but then they have their own boss who gives them orders. You only see them once every other episode. That's just how I saw this Demon Jellyhead. It was like Blofeld from Bond. Like, you know, if you've seen the early Bond films, you know, you have the villain, but they report to Blofeld, and the Blofeld gives them their orders, or you know, they press a button and somebody dies or somebody gets tortured.
Vadic full well did not want to follow the Titan into that fucking jellyfish field. She didn't want to jettison the portal weapon. She didn't want to go in after him. The jellyhead freaking monster said, "You better go in there, or else you know what's going to happen to you." And then Vadic gets all like, "Oh my god, I'm fucking scared. I better jettison this mega powerful portal weapon and run after him because the demon jellyhead told me to." It's like, that's not a partner. You're commanding her, and she's afraid of you. Why is she afraid of you if you guys are partners?
Steve, she could have sent one of her 2 Borg over there to, you know, slap Vadic around. So
it's true.
Pretty scary.
It's true.
Oh, by the way, sorry, Daniel. I'm sorry you had to go. Anything you want to promote? Anything you want to say? No. Parting words.
Cool to meet Jonathan. Glad you joined us. So
yeah, Jonathan retweeted. He retweeted your tweet. So yeah, you're the Daniel. You're the Daniel.
Oh, you're the Daniel.
He's the Daniel.
I'm the same.
You
Daniel.
follow me on Trekkie Trek. Oh, right, down.
That's right.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Thank you.
There can only be one Daniel.
I am it.
I never realized
he is a formidable Daniel.
If you just bear with me for a second, your profile picture here is white, and your profile picture on Twitter is brown. So exactly. I thought it was just like a black guy just following me.
No, that's his cultural appropriation logo for YouTube.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, all right. You guys have a good night,
buddy.
Bye.
Take care, Daniel.
Take care, Daniel. Thanks for being here.
Follow later.
And then there were 4.
Are you still wanting to talk about this, or talk about something sort of related to this? What's everyone's mood?
Oh, I'm still processing this. Like, I'm probably going to rewatch this either tonight or early tomorrow for tomorrow's, because I'm doing another stream tomorrow too. So,
Okay.
oh, I'm trying to remember what we saw. I mean, like I like how they really tried to hit your emotions to make you think. And I was saying this during the watch, like, we thought that Picard I honestly thought Picard could have possibly died. And then the way they were saying goodbye to each other, the way Riker and Worf were saying goodbye, I just thought maybe this is it. Maybe some of the crew are going to sacrifice themselves for this. For this, Picard will sacrifice himself so that Jack can, escape and have life and everything. And I was, I'm not saying I wanted that to happen, but the way they emotionally did that, you thought they had to at least do it for one character, and Deanna used the Force and found our heroes, despite the fact that they couldn't spot them with the instruments.
Yeah. There's the problem that I have with this is not just a criticism of Star Trek. This is a criticism of a lot of stuff out there in general, is the use of fake emotion and music to kind of swell the feels out of people and emotionally retard these people to a point where they are going to sit there and emote themselves into liking something because they got the feels here. And it's like, I just, like the ending scene for Monsters, Inc., when the girl opens the closet door and she says, "Kitty," it's a great ending to a great movie that, if you didn't have a tear coming out of your eye on that ending, okay, fine. I'll be straight up with you. I totally did, because the movie fucking earned it. It was absolutely 100% earned. And most of the stuff for the past 15 years, it seems, for me anyway, doesn't earn a bit of it. And so, like, when we're watching all the stuff that you've been wanting with this particular series, everybody reuniting in the conference room for the first time in however 20 years, and then you get on the Enterprise D all of a sudden because Geordi is an auto mechanic. And you get all these scenes that are just trying to sit there and pull at the emotion. It's like, okay, that's great that you're doing this, but why are you doing it? And how is this earning this from the audience outside of clapping seals? And that's the stuff that drives me nuts about. That's why I stopped watching TV dramas for the most part, because it just, nothing's ever earned, and it's always this emotional bullshit with it.
What makes something earned? Like I mean, I'm still trying to. I'm not a writer, so I'm still trying to figure this out myself.
So perfect case. We'll go to my favorite movies, the Lord of the Rings trilogy. You get the characters are so well written and the story is so well performed, whether you're reading it or you're watching it, two different kind of story elements there. But you start with something and you get yourself, because the storyline and the plot are so good, you actually get invested into the progression of these characters. And so that when, even in the middle of the first movie, when Gandalf falls with the Balrog, you kind of get yourself emotionally pulled there. And by the time you get to the end of that movie, when Boromir sacrifices himself and he dies, there aren't many people that walked out of the movie theater with some dry eyes in that one. Well, then you spend the next two movies with these same characters, and you get to the end of Return of the King, and you got Sam picking up Frodo and going up the mountain so that they can actually get to the doorway at Mount Doom. And you're just kind of like, oh my goodness, I need a box of tissues with me. And it's not that it's manipulating you, because I mean, all the elements are kind of doing that in some way, but at the same time, it's earned that because it's built you up in these characters, it's built you up in the story, and you actually can sit there and look at all of it and say, this is completely a believable scenario, and it actually works as an element of something that earns that emotion out of us. And when you're just sitting there throwing, oh, well, here's Space Dock Museum, and you've got all these ships around it, and oh, look, here's Geordi, and it just doesn't earn that stuff just because you want to sit there and unite people together. That's the problem I have with Star Wars the prequels. All the member berries that they put in that movie didn't earn anything for me just because you wanted to throw them in there as introductions for things.
Did you learn anything about our old characters in this story? That to me would have helped somewhat with what you're saying. The fact that we can't instantly say, yes, I learned this about Data or Geordi. That means they haven't done enough. They're just reading lines to service the story.
That's a fantastic point. I mean, for me, again, I didn't like the TNG. I was a original Star Wars guy. I know but again, I wasn't big into
Star
Trek.
Trek.
I was the Star Wars guy.
Oh,
yeah,
I'm raging.
Oh no!
Who is this guy?
Put on your blue-haired wig. But either way, it would have been nice to sit there, and I knew a little bit about it because my parents watched TNG. So I knew some of the basic components of these characters. And when I'm sitting there watching this show, the bits and pieces that I was watching, I think I watched the last 8 episodes, and there wasn't anything new or interesting that was brought about these characters. It was just kind of okay, we're just going through motions here and crap storytelling.
Nathan, for me, it's just really trying to get to know the characters, not just by listening to their conversations, but seeing how they act and treat each other is a very big thing. And having them do stuff together is another big way to build character. And just sitting in rooms and talking about feelings, especially with Picard and Jack, I just got bored with them. I feel like I barely know the character. Only thing I know about Jack is he does criminal things. He's wanted, or maybe he was wanted, or I don't know. He never really followed up on that. And he always knew he was Picard's son, even though he didn't seem like he knew who Picard was when they first encountered him at the end of episode 1. But hey, mystery box. We find out that he's lonely, and the reason why he sees those red vines is because he wants to feel connection. And of course, we learn that he can see these things, he can control people. And what Joseph Dredd's asking right now, the red eyes, he has the red eyes because he has the Picard Locutus. He has the Locutus. He inherited the Locutus sperm DNA stuff, and now that everybody transporter got jizzed on by the transporter with the Locutus sperm stuff, so now it's in their body. They're practically infected or something. It's like an STD. It's not funny. That's serious shit. But because now everybody has those things in them, those bio Borg Locutus sperm DNA things. That's how he controls them. Just puts on the red eyes, and he controls them that way because they have those nano probe. I don't even know if those are nanoprobes or tinier than that. They're organic this time. And then the reason why he has the red eyes, and the reason why we saw that red door with the red cloud, that red looking nebula that surrounded the Borg cube, that was the red eye of Jupiter. that was the red eye of Jupiter. So he had the red eye. They had the red eyes to say, hey, you're actually, that was a clue to letting us know that there's a red eye. They're in the red eye of Jupiter, and that's where the Borg transwarp conduit is.
Wow. Well done, Terry, for giving us that. I guess everyone assumed it was something else, like the Par Wraiths.
I thought it was Power Race too. I think it would have been better if it was Power Race, to be honest. Like if I could see the Power Race taking over a body and doing shit with it, like a meat puppet or rag doll. I don't know. But then again,
well, you were talking about that at the end of episode 7 or 8, I think. You thought that's where it was going.
We're talking about this episode 3. I think it was at the end of episode 3 once we first saw the red eyes, or he saw the or episode 4 or something. I don't know, because they brought the shapeshifters in. Why not bring the Power Race? I mean, like I thought they were just going to go. I thought they were going to go to town on DS9 stuff. I thought they were going to bring back DS9 characters. And
I thought it sounded like you progressively, as the episodes progressed, you got more and more in line with that thought that this is where they're going.
Yeah, I thought the Dominion was going to come in. I was like, where's the Dominion? Like, apparently people are saying the shapeshifters couldn't go back. Did they ever explain why the shapeshifters couldn't go back, or they weren't part of the Great Link? They were they were what do you call, a fringe faction or something?
That's why they were fringe. That's why they were fringe factions, so they didn't have to explain anything.
Yeah. So I'm so disappointed. I'm like, where's the Jem'Hadar? Like the Broken Link episode, DS9. You know, Jonathan, you obviously know what I'm talking about. They were able to take control of Odo, make him sick, to force him to come back home.
Yeah.
Why couldn't they do that with the rest of the shapeshifters? What was put like? I had a theory that the reason why the Borg were able to talk to, or the Borg Queen was able to talk to Vadic, was because they injected the shapeshifters with Borg nanoprobes during DS9, or with Section 31 did that. But that was never answered. How's the Borg Queen able to communicate with Vadic when she just cuts off her goo hand? Because that's the language they use. They say goo people. Raffi says goo people. Why? That's just so disrespectful of the writing that came before. I know the writers and your Mike Akutas and all the people that have worked on New Trek and Old Trek will disagree with me, but like there's a difference between what they did back then versus what they're doing now, and you can't gaslight me into thinking otherwise.
Well, that's what happens when you use an actual taser gun to tase a petri dish. They get real mad. I couldn't believe they did that with the taser. I laughed so hard.
It was like the angry slime from Ghostbusters 2.
She took the petri dish and took a taser. Instead of like a little prod or electrode, she takes a taser. It's like, what are you doing?
Didn't pay attention to that.
It was like so loud. She just takes a taser gun. It's like really, like scientists would have like, you know, I'm not saying you're not going to electrocute it or whatever, but get like a little electrode or something like you know, little something that makes sense in science. Not a freaking taser. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you tasing a petri dish? I don't know. But I got to roll, guys. I got working another 5 hours, so I got to get some rest. So,
all right. Well, Prophet, you've I know you hate me now because you watched, you reacted all 10 episodes every week with me.
Yeah.
So I have to say how much I appreciate you. And if you want, you come back on tomorrow with us as we continue the discussion. So
yeah, I know Alex is gonna probably need oxygen, so I'll be around.
Hey, Prophet.
Yeah.
Last week you were watching episode 9, and it was me that spoiled Shaw's death for you. By the way, I was using my alt account. It was me, and I thought 68 minits into a live stream, I thought you guys watched.
Yeah, we probably should have by then, right? I mean, good Lord, what were we thinking? But no, I was just joking.
But that was me.
No, I know, John. It was just.
Sorry,
I was just no. I was just having a little fun, man. Like you know, anywhere I can inject a little fun in some of this stuff. You know, I'm a, you know, if you watch any of my stuff, I'm a sarcastic. I'm so sarcastic. It's whatever. So I thought that was actually hilarious when you're like, no, the best guy died. It's like no, right? So I don't know. I thought that was funny. So it's all good. It's no big deal. I'm not easily spoiled. I don't mind spoilers so much, but yeah.
I had to give him a heads up on Deanna Troy's "I know where Luke is" moment.
Oh God.
Yeah, I think this is a great place to to end the stream.
Okay.
I'm tired. We did this for 4 hours. I'm actually hungry. I haven't eaten since for several hours, so I'm kind of want to get something. So let me just go around the horn. So, Prophet, Prophet, you just released a video, didn't you?
Awesome
Introduction
one.
to Cosmere video.
Yeah, that's it right there.
Should people watch your video?
Sure, yeah, because we're gonna start covering Cosmere stuff eventually here soon. So, well, now that's out. Hopefully, more Cosmere stuff to come. So, but yeah, so
Great
give that a
video,
watch.
by the way.
Thank you.
Definitely subscribe to Prophet of the Dragon, and definitely check out his video. And if you leave a like and leave a comment, and if you do, I won't have to shill for him all the time like I do right here. So here you go. So all right, but yeah, Steve, I really appreciate you doing this. And all right, so Nathan, what about you? What's going on with you?
Just
How'd that parent video?
Well, I don't know. The parent video is on the White Cloaks. I'm dragging my feet on rewriting season 1 Wheel of Time in terms of just a high level point of view. And I'm doing an extremely good job at dragging my feet. So other than that, I'm just hanging out with you guys on streams here and there, and just enjoying the fellowship.
Yep, Dragon Reborn in a week from the weekend. So yeah, so I'm on chapter 7. So can't wait to keep going. So
yeah, and I guess I can plug also with the White Cloaks doing Lord of the Rings book club with them. I don't think it's this Saturday, but the Saturday after that, we'll be getting into the second half of the Two Towers with Frodo and Sam.
Nice. I just finally finished. I listened to the chapter Bridge of Khazad-dûm, and it's so different from the movie, but it's still good. That just shows you how good like Tolkien is. I mean, just there's a reason why Lord of the Rings is the second best selling book of all time next to the Bible. I mean, just saying.
Yep.
But yes, I need to catch up on Lord of the Rings too, because Lord of the Rings is excellent. It's been a while since I read those. So, all right, but thanks, Nathan. All right, Sir Jonathan, the guest of honor. What do you got going on? How's what's going on with you?
Okay, I'm actually in the process of cloning Seven's voice, so I can redo the Voyager audio drama in as authentic as possible, the character voices from the TV show, and so it's like going through a remaster at the moment, and then I can get back with the writing of the story itself. But I have a dedicated Star Trek channel now because I recently released a animation of the first scene from Star Trek Voyager season 8, the sort of pilot episode. People can get on board and see what I'm trying to do. If the podcast is not, then you can just watch it on YouTube, right? The channel is Trekkie Trek Trekker, and it's up there if you want. And as soon as I get the money and we can make it, then the next part will come out. Otherwise, I keep telling everybody, just listen to the podcast.
How many episodes have you released so far of season 8?
6 at the moment.
Okay,
and I'm writing the 7th.
All right, I'm gonna look for your, like I say, Trekkie Trek Trekker. I'm trying to look for your channel, see if I can.
It's brand new as well.
Is it all one word, or is it? Okay.
Yeah. Trekkie Trek Trekker. Do you remember the days when we used to just argue if you was a Trekkie or a Trekker? Those are the fun days. That's all you had to be upset about.
I have to admit though, like based on that. Okay, well you got another subscriber from me, and I'll add your thing to here. There we go. Subscribe to Trekkie. Trekker. There you go.
Well, you can just find me on Twitter as well, Trekkie Trek Trekker.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I love your content on Twitter. Just like you're honest, you're blunt, and honest opinion on stuff.
Importantly, I don't insult anybody.
No, and like
I'm blunt, and I might be rude or appear rude, but I don't insult and I do ad hominems.
Yeah, and we don't attack people. We like Mr. Burnett. You know, we disagree with him on this season. We totally disagree with him, but he was being attacked, and we.
Yeah.
I mean, you and a bunch of other people. We stuck up for him, saying none of this stuff is true about him. Just it's. I mean, you can disagree with people, but don't attack them. You know, I just recently. I mean, I disagree with the Popcast bros and all that. And they were being piled on by all those of us that disagreed. Like people were saying, "Oh, we're blocking you or something." And I messaged them. They were kind of upset. So I messaged them back and I said, "I disagree with you, but I don't feel that way. Just I'm glad you're. I mean, we disagree on this, but we can still connect in other ways." I said I'd love to talk to you about classic early Trek because you guys have obviously watched it. You guys know your shit. So there's still ways we can connect and build bridges and all that. So that's what I'm for.
Someone just blocked me, and I wanted to talk about this, but you guys have been on for a long time, so I'll have to do it for another day maybe. But someone just blocked me in a Discord channel because they don't like my opinion and they don't like reading it. But but at the same time, they have the opposite opinion. But I don't say I'm sick of your opinion and I'm going to block you, even though you're praising something that I don't like. It doesn't seem equal for some reason. I can break a show down, but they can't. They're saying
fragile
opinions are opinions. But when you break something down, I'm trying to break it down from an objective point of view. So then you can't say that's just your subjective opinion, man. But then if people don't want to hear these things, and you can see it on Twitter where stop being negative, just don't watch it. Then don't talk about it. They just want you to shut up. And yet we don't say stop saying it's so good. And we don't like it when you say it's good. Stop doing it, man. Just shut up and celebrate it in silence.
There are points where I've wanted to do that. There are points where I've wanted to do that, but I'm like, no, I'm sounding like a fucking idiot.
The whole don't watch it thing, it's just like, no, you're taking my thing and ruining it. I'm going to watch it and I'm going to give you my opinion because you're taking my thing and co-opting it into something that it's not. So you're just going to have to deal with my opinion on it because I'm just going to call it out for what it is. And if you don't have to read it. That's okay. But don't tell me what to watch or what don't to watch. I'll do what I want.
Yeah,
you'll do what you want.
Freedom of choice, you know. So, it's free country.
Mm-hmm. It's all good.
Oh, U.S. So
okay, thanks for your time. Thanks for inviting me.
Good to meet you, Jonathan.
All right, well, it was great having you. You know, he was. If you haven't checked out, I did a Trekporial months ago with Jonathan. We were talking about his series. And definitely check it out. It's still up on the channel. And just check it out. It's great. Yeah, I think you have the podcast. You managed to convert it to a podcast on your website. So I need to learn to do that too. I need to start backing up all my stuff now.
Just go to jonathanjk.com.
Yep, jonathanjk.com. You won't go wrong. So
thanks very much, guys.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here. So now it's me. So what am I got going on? Well, tomorrow we're going to continue this discussion. I'm going to bring a few other people on tomorrow. Of course, it's going to be me, Prophet. If you want to come on with us, that's fine. Mr. Alex and Gray. And I was going to bring a few other people on. Few other people on that some might like it. Some like the series. Some don't. So I just want to continue the conversation tomorrow. I'm going to rewatch the episode tonight or tomorrow. Take thorough notes on what's going on. And then I'm going to eventually do a review of the season, just discussing basically everything that we've been talking about, and just as a long form video. So I haven't really started yet. I probably should soon. So that's something to expect. And of course, I'm still working on my Metroid retrospective, which I've been very, 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 lazy about. So yeah, so that's something I got to do. And there's a whole bunch of videos I've planned that I've been very, very slow with. I haven't really done the work for, and it's no excuse because I'm not currently working. So, but I've been busy with a lot of other things and everything. So, like looking for a job, but other than that, there'll be a stream on Friday. And then after that, I mean, Picard's pretty much done. I mean, it's something I kind of want to put behind me. I'm pretty much, I mean, as far as I know, I mean, this might be very pessimistic, but I might still check out Prodigy because that was widely recommended by a few friends. But I don't think after going forward, unless I hear from people I currently trust, say, good things about Legacy, which is what Metalis might be doing next if they give him the green light, which will probably continue the adventures of now the Enterprise G. I don't know. But if people say this is, the greatest season of Star Trek, I can only, then if this is the best they can do, then I'm just not interested, because I don't like this. I don't like to cover shows I don't like. I don't. I only like to cover things I do like, or that I'm interested. That's something that you can get interested in, that you can get invested in. And this just felt like, people were saying this is way more respectful of TNG. If you're a fan of TNG, then you're gonna love this finale. You're gonna love this. This is so respectful. I'm like, if this was respectful, then they would have written this like a TNG episode. They would have given it a lot of depth. They would have given it, every episode would have been its own story. Part of there would have been a story within a bigger story, but it was not just a story that's stretched out into 10 episodes. There's a reason why movies aren't 10 hours long. So making this a 10-hour movie, it might sound appealing, but it's not. It's all, you're just taking a 2-hour movie and you're stretching it out 10 hours. There was barely any story. There was barely any meat on the bones. I'm starving. I wanted some world building. I wanted some more character depths. I didn't just want them talking, Picard talking to Jack in the room and Jack talking about his feelings. I wanted to hear more about his experiences. I wanted to see some of that stuff potentially, if they wanted to do that. We got a glimpse of it, but that's pretty much it. And it's just, it's really hard for me to explain right now. I'm still processing all this, so probably gonna watch. I'm gonna rewatch the episode again. I've rewatched episodes after watching it, after doing the live watch, so that I can prepare for the discussions I do on Fridays. I have not had much of a desire. Like, usually if I really like a show, I will rewatch the entire show before the finale. I did not do that with this season. I did not even watch, after the Friday discussion, I didn't really watch any Picard. I tried to rewatch episode 1, and I had issues with the shapeshift, them being shapeshifters now, because that's what it is. The whole mystery box thing. So I just haven't had much of a. The only thing that got me pumped this week was the final 4 minutes of the last episode, where they're on the Enterprise D, they're playing the music, they're happy they're reunited with the ship, and of course you get that great moment where they go out and they go to warp and they're on their way to save the day. I love that music. That's why I included it in the intro. I want to show it again after this. So, but that's where I'm at. So, but I want to thank everybody again for being here. You guys have been great. And yeah, so everybody,
you're welcome.
Thank you, Jonathan, for being here. And once again, everybody, stay incorporeal, and we'll see you tomorrow on the Friday night discussion. So be there, be square. Other than that, everybody, I'm going to show you guys the intro again, and then the outro, and that'll be it.
Ty Sharman, Etherin.
I couldn't believe he did it. And it's sprinkled throughout the show. There is so much love and care put into Star Trek Picard if you are a fan of Star Trek. And also, it's just a rousing, fun space adventure that has villains, and there's conspiracies, and there's all different kinds of aliens, and there's even it's very subtle, but there's a great fuck you to modern Star Trek in it. Star Trek Picard returns Star Trek to where it should be, about human beings and their alien friends striving to be the best they can be, and in the face of great adversity, and stepping up. And it's not about, if it's what you feel, it's okay. No. What you feel is going to get you killed. You know what's not going to get you killed? Really knowing how to do your job and working with other people that are really smart and know how to do their jobs. We have to put our emotions aside and get the job done. And that's what Star Trek to me was about. It was about being the best person, human being you can be, and finding the best people around you, the best of the best, to go out. And that's what you need to be on the final frontier. Otherwise, you will get killed. You will never survive. And Star Trek Picard is all about these people that are the best of the best coming back together and doing what they do best. And it was refreshing.
Engage.